Welcome to USA Global TV and Radio, where our mission is to provide education, entertainment, hope, and inspiration. USA Global TV and Radio connects you with experts and audiences all around the world every single day to help you succeed in business and to live a richer life. Visit us at usaglobaltv.com to learn about career and life-changing training and mentoring programs like the Listening Mentor. Subscribe to our newsletter to stay informed about our special programs and offers. Discover how you can become a guest on one of our shows or a host or producer of a USA Global TV and Radio show of your very own. That's USA Global TV and Radio, where the doctor is always in.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to USA Global TV and Radio. Happy Sunday, happy Monday, wherever you are in the world. We are thrilled to have you joining us for our reunion show. This is a show that we do 3 times a year. We bring together not only our team members, our guests, and our loyal fans, but also we bring you with us. Thank you so much for the last year and a quarter that we have been live streaming. We continue to grow. 30 some shows a week live, and that's all because of you. So thank you, thank you, thank you. What you can expect today is 4 hours of live streaming broadcasts, and we will have people coming from all over the world to promote and share the value that they bring, not only to our channel and this platform and to me personally, but also to you. So all of the people who are here today are taking their time on a Sunday or a Monday, and they are volunteering to be here so that you can get to know them and that they can offer their assistance to you. Please go over to LinkedIn and connect with the wonderful people you will be meeting here today. Some people will be staying for the whole show. Some people will be dropping out and then coming back. But remember, this is all about celebrating the value that they bring to our world. Let's welcome who we have backstage right now. It's Daisy Gideon. Daisy, come on out. It's nice to have you.
Howdy.
Hi. Welcome. Tell us where in the world you are today.
Today I'm in Beirut. Tomorrow I'll be in Geneva, and a week later I'll be in New York. So I'll be hopping around the planet.
Oh my goodness. I wish that I could get to meet you in person in New York, but we'll figure that out at some point in the future.
Hopefully we have to do the face-to-face.
We definitely do. And also we have another dear friend backstage, Diane Floyd. Babe, she's always getting around the world too. Welcome, Diane. Hello.
Hi, good morning, and hello, everybody.
Diane, where are you joining from today?
I am in Texas at the moment.
Fantastic. Well, I'm looking forward to actually meeting you in person in London in October, hopefully. Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
So let's get right into it. So for people who are watching, Daisy's going to go and have the first slot. She's going to be presenting and promoting the work that she does. She's won all kinds of awards. She's her own media company. She's a super fantastic journalist, and she's the voice of the people. So Daisy, please go ahead and take it away, and we'll just be here listening intently.
Thank you so much for this opportunity. Honestly, JACALYN, it's my great honor to be part of the USA Global TV network and to have this platform to share with your audiences. It just expands the reach of the message I'm trying to convey to the world. And yes, as you mentioned, I'm a journalist, I'm a filmmaker, I'm an entrepreneur, and all of those combined right now, I'm channeling into being a humanitarian and activist for causes around the world that apply to many people around the world, but really specifically to the people of Lebanon. It's the country where I was born, although I grew up in Australia. It's in going through extreme dire crisis. As you would have no doubt heard on the news, you get snippets of news all the time. But my role really is to expand my communications and to be a vehicle of information, education, and to mobilize and empower people through delivering truthful, factual information that empowers us and pushes us to just actions that really embody everything that the United Nations Universal Declaration of Human Rights stands for. I had to actually study it last night in preparation for my trip to Geneva. Tomorrow, I'm going there for a week to participate in a conference and also to speak with high-level officials at the UN and work with one of our MPs who is traveling, Dr. Najat Saliba, and engage the world back in the issues of Lebanon and try and get the world really back interested in Lebanon on another level in order to be able to help us. So what I do, I have a variety of skills that I've gained over the last 40 years. Yes, I don't look old enough to be been working 40 years, but for 40 years working in Australia, in the United Kingdom, in London, in America, and in the Middle East as a journalist and filmmaker. And, the last 20 years more, I have been in the area of entrepreneurship, owning my own media company in Australia, marketing and communications. I have the ability through my very learned experience. So I've learned, it's my nature to tell stories. It's my nature to connect with people. And I want to know, it's a burning desire within me to understand. And fortunately, the Lord has given me the capacity and the capability of being able to decipher and, filter that information, curate the information and deliver it in a way that others can understand, because not all of us are able to understand complex issues and complex subjects. And my role is to deliver that to the people in a manner that they can understand it. And I do that mostly right now on issues related to the Middle East, on issues related to Lebanon, and my purpose is to be able to, as I said before, bring power back to us, the people. And when I look at the story of Lebanon, I look at the story of where the world is today and the consciousness of the world and the desperate need of people all over the world to be heard, to be seen, to be validated, to be accepted. And I find, unfortunately, we're going backwards. We're not being heard. We're not being accepted or validated, and we're fighting harder and harder for our rights as human beings, in spite of the fact that there are so many structures, and certain countries are wonderful in putting up institutions and giving people rights, but I don't think we know how to use those structures very well. But one thing I discovered really in every area that I've been working in and exploring is the lack of unity, the lack of consolidation. It's that old rule, The Art of War, Mao Tzu. It's an old book, a very old book called The Art of War. I'm sure many of your audience will know it. And the rule there 2,000 years ago, when there were a lot of conflicts in the world, was to divide and conquer. And I feel that getting into our individual groups and especially with the growth and expansion of social media and all of these platforms, people are finding their niches, and niches are wonderful, but we also need to learn how to bring those niches together around issues that we all believe in, because that's going to give us power as people and power as organizations and power as groups of people. So this is what I found, was that people are dividing up into their little niches, which is doing the work of major, the work of governments that are wanting to divide people, of organizations that try to control people who, want to have power over us. They try to divide us. So I say this, and I'm trying to do that with Lebanon, trying to bring the diaspora. We have a 16 million strong diaspora. The population of Lebanon is only 4.5 million. And we have a broad diaspora with incredible reach, expertise, talent, success beyond comprehension for such a small nation. And we're trying to bring that diaspora together in order to become a united bloc, working with one voice and one message about Lebanon. And that is to bring democracy and justice back to the fore in this country. Because if you're not familiar with what's gone on in the last 3 to 4 decades, Lebanon went through a terrible civil war. And after the civil war, we thought there was a period of peace. There was peace, but we had the rise of systemic corruption within government and institutional structures, which has now led the country to basically be bankrupt. Every government institution and public service has basically become unmanageable and also unfunctional. It's not functioning, and there was an intentional determination by the political leaders, who are a group of 6 or 7 political parties, to do that so they can take control. They can take control of organizations, take control of industry, taking control of media, taking control of all the valuable assets of the state, and then put their power over it. Now, this is not unique in the world. It actually happens across the world in many countries, and which is why the connections for me are global. They're not just here. It's just a very extreme case. And it kept coming back to the fact that we, the people, are continuing to be divided, not only here, but around the world. And by our political parties, our different interests, our religious groups. There's so many ways that we can get divided. But what we're forgetting is what fundamentally aligns us and what we all believe in. And there are fundamentals as human beings that we all do believe in. And that's what we need to do to remind ourselves of and find the things that are similar. Find the things that unite us and not what divide us, and come together at least on those issues, because then we will achieve success on those issues and we can deal with things one thing at a time. And this is, my purpose, and it's where I sit as immorally, as a human being. And my whole vision for humanity is to try and bind us together more strongly, more kindly, and more effectively. It's, we have to have impact for what's important to us. It's not just about being kind to one another, but we need to get results, because only then do we strengthen our ties, strengthen our bonds, and become more powerful individuals and groups together. So this trip, I'll just talk briefly before my time runs out. On my trip to Geneva, I'm traveling with a member of parliament, Dr. Najat Saliba, who has been leading a sit-in with one other member of parliament, Bilham Khalaf, in the Lebanese parliament for today is the 95th day. And they have been calling for other parliamentarians. There's 128 members of parliament in the Lebanese parliament. And they've been calling for all of those members of parliament to abide by the Lebanese constitution and return to parliament to vote for a president. Lebanon has been without a president for nearly 6 months now, and that has caused a power vacuum in the country. And what's resulted is the inability to appoint a new government. So we have a caretaker government with limited powers and limited effectiveness. And now you see the further disintegration of society, where you have a government that's unable to take powerful decisions to import medications for people who are dying in their homes. I've done a whole series of interviews which will come out on my platform. People who are dying at home, civilians, public servants, individuals, from the elderly to the young. One of the interviews I did was with a mother who's a teacher. She's a very successful and very talented chemistry teacher at university and high schools. And she has a 2-year-old son who's basically suffocating. His lungs are collapsing, and the doctor said to her, he's just going to suffocate to death if you're unable to pay for an operation. And she told me that she doesn't have the $4,000 for the operation, and she's virtually watching her son suffocate before her very eyes. There is no structure. She's gone to NGOs. She's gone to the government, who is out. There is no effective government, as I mentioned before. And so you've got this one case of this woman who's unable to go to anyone for support, and she's watching her 2-year-old son dying. Another case I present to you is one of a 58-year-old woman who lost her job. She's now cleaning. She can get a job of cleaning, once or twice a week to earn maybe $5 out of those 2 days of work, because that's how depreciated the Lebanese lira has got. And she needs medication. She has a home. She has no electricity in her home, but she's desperate for medication in order to stay alive. She's got diabetes, blood pressure, and several other conditions, and she's going around begging to get medication so she can stay alive. Now, I can reel off 100 other stories from doctors and nurses and, as I mentioned, teachers, and then the totally impoverished people can't find jobs. This is what happens to society when you have no structures, no institutions, no effective rule and governance. And this is why the sit-in by these two MPs that I started this conversation about is so important, to reinstate the Constitution and follow the Constitution, bring in a president, because that will trigger several other actions which are important for the functioning of the government. Even though we have a lot of corruption, it'll allow some relief to the people of Lebanon. So Dr. Saliba will be taking this trip. She'll be leaving her sit-in tomorrow for the first time in 95 days, traveling to Geneva to attend the World Intellectual Property Organization conference, address the conference on that level, because she is a scientist in her own right at the American University of Beirut. She's won the UNESCO L'Oreal Award in 2019 and is an ambassador for L'Oreal UNESCO. And she will be speaking to parliamentarians. We'll be meeting with high-level United Nations officials. And then we will also be speaking to the community, the Lebanese-Swiss community, on the issues and bringing that to them. And we will also be traveling to the United Nations in New York to have similar conversations and basically get Lebanon back onto the agenda, because Lebanon has been sidelined because the world is really tired of the Lebanese elected officials, especially the powerful elite, because they are doing nothing for their own people. But we need the world's engagement. We need the world's attention. And this is my mission right now, and my work, and the way I feel I can most effectively serve humanity. It's, one group of people here in Lebanon, but I look at it as serving humanity, and whatever successes we have with this initiative, we're actually serving all of humanity, because, the great quote by Martin Luther King Jr., injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So, I'll be conducting interviews, not through the private conversations. Some of them are confidential, so I won't be able to share the details, but I'll be continuing to share with the world the progress and effectiveness and whatever we succeed in achieving over the next 2 weeks before I return to Lebanon and continue my work. And the last thing I'd like to mention, if I have time, JACALYN, is the documentary I made, Enough, Lebanon's Darkest Hour, which was released in 2021. It won a Human Rights Award at the Cannes International Film Festival, and then went on to win 24 other awards globally. I have been working tirelessly to update that film for the last 6-7 months, and I've handed over the script to the editors to start compiling a new segment. It's not a new film, it's an addition to the original film, and we will be launching a film tour around the world in September, hopefully, coming to America, coming to Europe, coming to Canada, going to Latin America and around the world with that film, to open the eyes of the world to the situation in Lebanon, and launch several other initiatives at the same time to get people engaged in Lebanon again. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I hope I haven't exceeded my time, but I'm so proud to be part of the USA Global TV and Radio Network, and thank you for this opportunity, JACALYN.
Incredible, Daisy. Wow. It's in the morning here in the United States, and people are probably, they're just rolling over, getting their coffee, and you're out there taking the world by storm. It's incredible, the work that you're doing. I'm so proud of you.
Thank you so much. It's to have this opportunity again to be part of this organization and this platform is a real privilege to me. So thank you.
Thank you. And Daisy has officially joined our team, starting with being an elevated listener. So congratulations and thank you.
Congratulations. Daisy, what I love is that you have taken the talents that you've been given by the good Lord, and I appreciate it that you even acknowledged that, and you have put them to good use for Lebanon, which I've been there, by the way, and also for people around the world. And we are hungry, and you've made so many incredible points. And I wish you, and I'm going to keep you in my prayers, and we need people like you all over. So,
Thank you so much.
thank you. My goodness gracious.
And
Amazing,
Diane, you
Dr.
actually have a
Jacqualyn.
friend who's in Lebanon, don't you?
I do have several friends. Well, actually, they live in Dubai and then they go back home. So,
Yeah.
Daisy, I lived in Dubai for 14 years. So that allowed me to do a lot of travel over there. So, anyway,
What
it's
did
a
you
beautiful place. A beautiful place.
And it's such a shame, isn't it, that they just can't get the governance structure in order, because it would be extraordinary. And it will be.
It's going to be. And for the listeners, if you don't mind me saying, Daisy, Lebanon is so gorgeous. And for me personally, I just felt this gorgeous spirit as I traveled to different parts. And I don't know, it's to me, there's a lot of very holy places there. So,
Definitely.
yeah.
It's one thing I say about Lebanon, and somebody else mentions it in the film. It's a land of believers. The amount of faith in this country, and they all, they're from 18 different religious backgrounds, and people still don't believe that there are Jewish people in Lebanon, and the Jewish community was very strong here. We still have a synagogue, and they live in a community, and they're part of the Lebanese life. They're part of us. And it's because the Lebanese respect people who believe in God, and they don't have a problem at all with your faith. It actually gives them more honor for you that you believe in God. It's very important. And they're celebrating Eid now in Lebanon at the moment. It's the Muslim feast at the end of Ramadan, and there's a lot of people who are recognizing that right now, and they respect the Christian celebrations and festivals, and we respect the Muslim ones and the Jewish ones and the Armenian ones, and you name it. I'm so glad you got the chance to come and see and speak for yourself. Like, it's wonderful when people know what we're talking about and why we're fighting so hard for it.
Yes, and you can understand once you've been there why they called it the Pearl of the Middle East, right?
That's right. That's right.
So it's JACALYN.
We're going to bring you here. We will come visit you.
Absolutely. I'm putting my travel wings on. So we do have some comments from one of our top fans, Push Child Foundation Uganda. True, the world now is only 20% life health situation. Even here in Uganda, kids are passing away day to day, but no help. Only God knows, even no education. And let's see. Humanitarianism is needed in Uganda too, Daisy. Daisy, they need you there as well. And finally, good job, USA Global TV. We appreciate for the work that you're doing. God bless you all. Also, even come to Uganda, Daisy. Daisy in demand.
I will, honestly, and I know it's this is what I was saying. What I'm doing here, it's universal. There are people all over the world who need our help and need focus and need attention, and they're not getting it. And they need more, journalists, filmmakers, storytellers to get the message out in a way that reaches the world. So I would love to have that opportunity to come and visit Uganda, and be able to tell that story. And I will reach out and just let me get through this next few months, and I'd love to come and help.
Daisy, I know that you have to run, but before you go, I just want you to share a little bit for people who are not aware. There are many times that you put your own life in jeopardy and you put your own life on the line. Can you talk to us a little bit about that and why you do it?
Okay. So look, the reality is that in making my recent documentary, I conducted a lot of interviews with the heads of the political parties here, and they were prime ministers, foreign ministers, different ministries, and also political leaders. And at the time I was doing it, it was all fine, there was no problem. But it was when building the story in the film, I didn't take anything out of context, but the reality was that they were part of the reason why Lebanon was disintegrating. And so building that film and then launching the film last year in Lebanon, there was a high risk for me to come to the country, and it took me a real deep soul searching for about a month before I decided to come and launch in Lebanon. It was my mission from the beginning, but I got told by so many people, diplomats, officials around the world, and diplomats here, that I shouldn't come, that my life would be in danger, because what I had done was tell the truth and aired the dirty laundry of these people in English and on a screen for the world to see. And that was not going to be looked at very kindly by these people. And, to quote one ambassador, she said to me, "These are very dangerous people." So I did think about it for a long time, like a month. Because I have 3 children, I love them to death. They're in Australia now. They're all university, and there's a lot of work that I need to do. But in the end, I did pray very deeply to God, and I felt that it was the right thing for me to do, to come, but I had to get security. So I had 24-hour security for the 3 months prior to the launch of the film, and then directly after. And fortunately, we did have issues. We did have confrontations. We had people trying to shut us down. But thank the Lord, I'm safe. And we made it through, and people saw the message, received the message that the Lord has actually endowed me with the responsibility to deliver. That's honestly how I feel, that this is the work that I'm doing, and I'm merely a vehicle to deliver the message. So, and I still have to be a bit careful, not right now, because I'm not doing anything too controversial. But when the film comes out again, and the work that I will continue to do, I will be very cautious. And as I travel around the world too, they hacked me. They got me off Facebook so many times. They, the worst times that they could do that. They attack you in so many different ways. But anyway, I'm still here, and thank you for asking the question.
Well, may God continue to bless you and shine his light on you. And how can people reach out to you, Daisy? We have your information here, but what's the best way, and who do you want to contact you?
I'm happy to be contacted by anyone who wants to reach out for advice, for training, for information, for guidance, to support Lebanon. There's so much that we need here. I'm trying to build actually a TV network, an independent TV network, not in the official sense, but try to create a platform here where they can actually receive independent information, news, and current affairs and stories, because it's lacking. But anyone can reach out to me either through LinkedIn, on my website, sending me probably a message through my website. Emails will probably get to me directly into my inbox, which is great. And then Instagram, Facebook, and all the other handles I'm on. So please reach out whenever you want.
Thank you so much, Daisy. And thank you for spending this time with us. I know how busy you are. You've got something right after this. So feel free to come back later on today if it works. And if not, safe travels to you.
Thank you again, Jacqueline. And thank you, Diane. It was beautiful to be part of this. And I'll try and jump back on after I finish my next meeting. Thank you. Good luck.
Take care.
Bye.
Godspeed.
Bye. Wow, what a powerful way to start out, huh, Diane?
Oh, absolutely. What an inspirational woman she is.
She surely is. And, Diane, you've traveled the world and you've seen a lot of things, some beautiful things, some things maybe that bring tears to your eyes. What really stands out for you for giving people tips on leaving their comfort zone of their community and getting out there to see the world?
I think Daisy really nailed it when she said there's so many things that divide us, and the only way we can unite is to travel. And you may not have the money to travel the world, but just traveling outside your own comfort zone in your own state, because I say state because I'm in the U.S., is an adventure, because not everyone in the United States thinks exactly the same. And it's important for us to travel, to get to know people, to understand them, and not just hear sound bites that are always thrown at us through various media platforms. Because the more we understand someone, the more we can become friends with them. And I just think that's so important. And also, like, it is natural for a human being to be afraid of something that they don't understand, but once you get to know someone or understand a culture, then all of a sudden you're like, yeah, I don't know what my problem was. This is amazing. The food is great, the people are beautiful, et cetera, et cetera. So I loved what Daisy said. Let's get to know people and unite, find our similarities, and then we can work towards a more peaceful world for humanity.
Absolutely, Diane. That was truly beautiful. Thank you.
You're welcome. Daisy's amazing. I'm just like was on pins and needles. I don't know if you could see me back there, but I was like, yes, she's right. Yes.
Well, once again, I have to thank Ian Pelham Turner and Helena Shard for
Yes.
introducing Daisy to us and bringing her to this platform. And it just goes to show you, between the two of us here in the States, we've got our friend Push Child Foundation Uganda. They're in Uganda, and we have Daisy in Beirut. We really are a global platform.
Absolutely. And you have New Zealand and Australia,
Africa. I mean,
Africa.
we could go on and on.
Scotland.
That's right. Scotland, our friend Simon.
We are global.
We are global for sure. And I know you're going to give your presentation in a couple of minutes. We have some other people who are definite dear friends to our channel, and they were not able to make it today. One of these wonderful people is Mr. Red O'Loughlin. He also hails from Texas, and Red is actually driving. He's traveling today. So let's take a look and listen to Mr. Red O'Loughlin, who is not only a TV and radio show host here, he's also a panelist on our men's show. He's also an author. He's a publisher, and he is a very close friend. Thank you. As Diane, you introduced me, and then hi, and then so on and so on. Here we have Mr. Red O'Loughlin.
Understanding the causes of Alzheimer's disease. Like most diseases, there's not a single cause. Like for a headache, there are many different causes. High blood pressure, many different causes. And if you're treating something with a pill, maybe that pill happens to be aligned with that cause and it works. Maybe sometimes several causes can be addressed with a single pill. But sometimes over time, you got to increase the dosage. You got to change a pill because it's no longer effective. And it's called hormesis. It's a term that as our bodies go through things, we kind of adapt. But with Alzheimer's, I look at it as several train tracks all rolling down parallel tracks. And you're on the first one and you get to your destination, you come back and forth and you're having a good time. But then all of a sudden, one of these causes of Alzheimer's happens to hit you. And if it's caught early enough, maybe you do have some level of control. But let's say that that one is controllable, but then the next one hits and then the next one. And if there's not something to address that, then the disease gradually becomes worse. And over time, much worse. Very terrible disease to have. But what I've done is I've identified over a half a dozen ways the disease progresses through the body and things that can naturally inhibit or slow down that particular mechanism. And that's what the book is about. In fact, since I wrote the book, I've come up with another half a dozen that I need to write about. And that's just in the process of looking at some of the kind of research. And I said, I wonder if, because when you just do causes of Alzheimer's in Google, they're only going to give you the standard. They don't give you anything. But if you said, well, what about uric acid and Alzheimer's? A whole lot of stuff pops up, or mTOR or autophagy or whatever it may happen to be. And then boom, lots of things pop up, but it just doesn't pop up on a normal search. So I research the human body at the cellular level, chemically speaking. I look for cause and effect relationships. Treat a cause, fix a problem. Treat symptoms, and you'll always be treating symptoms. That's what I write about almost daily. I have almost 1,000 original content articles on LinkedIn, about 1,500 on my website. I write about it. I speak about it. I author books on it. I help other people get their books done. And I'm a host and co-host here on the USA Global TV and Radio Network.
Wow. Mr. Red O'Loughlin.
He's incredible. I learned so much from him.
He really is. How did you meet him, Diane?
I met him through an authors group, and I belong to this incredible authors group, and everybody just loves each other. And I remember thinking, am I good enough, to be in this group? I'm a newbie and all this stuff, and everybody's so sweet and they're so supportive. And Red was there, and I was just like, oh my gosh, I bought his book immediately as soon as I finished his first one. He has several, longevity. And so for everyone listening, his books are amazing. It's not a book you sit there and you just, read. You actually need to think about what you just absorbed. And for example, when he just said that about uric acid, when I listened about that, because my grandmother Ruby had ended up with Alzheimer's, which was strange because she didn't get it until she was almost 80 years old, and most people don't. And so I really am always wanting to learn more and understand, because usually they say 50, 60, right? But she worked till she was 77. And so this uric acid, I started learning about it, and I'm like, oh my stars, we all need to understand that. So I'm really glad he brought that out. But that's how I met him, and that's more information than you really asked for. Sorry about that. I'm
No,
a
no, I think
talker.
it's great. And it's interesting because from Red, he introduced me to Hyatt, who introduced me to Ricky, who introduced me to Marion, who introduced me now to Dr. JACALYN. I mean, it's incredible what's going on there with that Texas connection.
Well, you know what they say, Texas is the friendly state. Texas has had 6 different flags, and one of them was Spain. And so Texas was first called Tejas. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Yeah,
No.
Tejas, and it means the friendly place. And I like to think I can really tell if someone's really from Texas or not if I'm talking to them.
Well, you know what's interesting, not being from Texas, when you fly into Texas, as I've done many times, different airports, it almost seems like it's a country within itself because it's so big.
It is huge. And actually, it was bigger before we joined the United States. So the history of Texas is phenomenal because of all the different countries that flew their flag over us. And so our landmass was huge. It was like Colorado, Nevada, Arizona. So many states that exist today were part of Texas or Tejas. But when we joined the states, we had to divide up a little bit. Even part of Oklahoma was part of Texas. Can you imagine? You think it seemed like a country now. Just think what it would have been if we got to keep it all.
Well, you know what I think is also so interesting? You'll say to me, I'm going traveling somewhere today. We're going to do 1,200 miles. And I'm like, what? Like, to me, if I go 10 miles, that's 20 miles. But you're like, yeah, we're doing 1,200 today. It's no big deal.
No big deal.
Do you think that part of that has to do with the fact that Texas is such a big state? I mean, how long does it take to get from one end to the other driving?
It really depends on where you're starting from. But I actually did we did a thing from Nacogdoches, which is the very north, so kind of northeast, and drove straight through the point of El Paso, which is that point of Texas, if people know the shape of Texas. And that is about a 23-hour drive.
23-hour drive. Oh my gosh.
And I did once with my mama. I called her up and I said, Mama, you know what? You need to start packing your bags. I love last minute things. Those work out the best for me. And she goes, well, why, Diane? And I said, because I just decided if we're going to see a spaceship take off, we need to do it now. So I found us a bed and breakfast in Florida, and we are driving to Florida. And she goes, what? So I said, Mama, don't worry about it. I can get us to the panhandle of Florida in 17 hours. No big deal. And I promise I'll give you 2 to 3 bathroom stops.
Now, when you're driving straight through like that, are you listening to books on tape or something? Or what are you doing to occupy your time?
I'm listening to my mom, number one. So we have these rules. You can't talk about daddy. You can't talk about politics, right?
Right.
And we listen to music. And she reads most of the time. And sometimes I can see out the corner of her eye that she's wanting to tell me something, that pops in her brain, but knows that's like going to be like, yeah, we might get in a disagreement on that one. So
That's in the house rules.
Those are the house rules. But she has her house rules too when we drive. I can't tell her, can you please turn off that music that's putting me to sleep? You know?
Oh
So
my
she has,
goodness.
those were really fun times, Mom and Dad. Yeah, traveling, I mean, just to go from Austin, which is in the center of
Mhm.
Texas, and go down to the valley, which for people, what I mean by the valley is close to Mexico. You know, that could be a good 8 to 10 hours. So it's a pretty easy peasy drive.
Diane, when we make our move to New Jersey, when we're driving in a couple weeks, I'm going to call you, get me pumped up for the drive because I'm thinking, oh my goodness, 1,200 miles. We do have another comment from our friend at Push Child Foundation Uganda. Sister Diane Bain, thanks for the show. I don't know what FRD is on our FB.
I know we're friends on Facebook. So I know FB's Facebooks, but FDR.
Oh, you're friends on our
Yeah.
Facebook. Maybe that's what it means. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. It's great. There's people like him, you know, that are doing wonderful things in Uganda. Uganda's a beautiful country. It'd be great if Daisy got to meet Queen Sylvia and our fun friend right here. There's so many places in the world, right? You can't.
You know
But
what
at least
I think
she's starting somewhere, right?
Yeah, and what I think is so important to understand is, you know, she's got these meetings, she's going to Geneva, then she's going to New York. Just those things in and of themselves take up a huge amount of time. And the passion and commitment and dedication and the people she's pulling together, that all takes time. So I believe she will get to Uganda, but it's not going to be in the next few months, maybe.
No,
You
I
know.
mean, yeah, exactly. And you know, yay for her. For people don't understand, you can't just show up at the United Nations and talk. I mean, that's a year of planning, if not more, and you have to pass all the security that takes place. There's so many things that happen before you can. I'm going to speak at the United Nations, right?
Yeah, Diane, I think that would be interesting just for a couple of minutes because I'm not aware of what the process is. And you don't have to be, I'm not asking you to be an expert, but if someone decided they wanted to go to the United Nations, what are some things that they need to do to prepare?
If you're going as a guest, and of course, I'm not an expert, as you said, but ever since September 11th, the rules have really changed for security. So you really have to let people know ahead of time and get a ticket to go to just visit the United Nations and walk around. And it's a really wonderful place to visit and learn about all these people who are trying to keep peace in the world. It's pretty amazing. My husband used to be a former diplomat, so he was at the UN a couple of times on various topics. And, you know, I couldn't just pop in and say, oh, you want to meet for lunch, you know, when you finish with that meeting? No way. Matter of fact, we had to meet outside and I was his wife, right? So there are a lot of details and a lot of things you have to pass and security passes you get. So for Daisy to accomplish what she's done, is you know, my hat is really off to her. She is a woman who's going to make things happen for the world, and wow, I'm glad she's with us at USA Global TV and keep us in the loop, right?
Absolutely, I agree.
Mhm.
Diane, I think it would be fabulous if we went over to you for your 15 minutes of fame, because I know you have a busy day today, and I want to make sure that we get to share and hear what it is that you've been working on. How does that sound?
That sounds great. I'm not sure I used to have 15 minutes, but you know me, I love to talk.
Well, I thought we would start off by running your sponsorship because I think that gives a lot of good information about you and the work that you're doing. What do you think?
That's very kind of you. Thank you.
Okay, let's take a look, and then I'll put you on Spotlight.
Okie dokie.
USA Global TV and Radio presents international award-winning author, speaker, educator, Diane Floyd Boehm.
I want to thank everybody for joining us today on this special edition of the Corner Bookstore, USA Global TV. And we're talking with the co-host of the Corner Bookstore, Diane Floyd Boehm today, who is herself an author of many books, not just children's books, but also books for adults. Diane, welcome to the Corner Bookstore.
everyone should have their own library. Even children should start developing their library and know that what happens in a garden, it grows. And I want their library to grow. And never ever get rid of a book, because what you might have enjoyed as a child reading and having lovely memories of your parents reading as you get older, you'll grow to cherish those books in another way. My specialty is to help people realize that we are all storytellers, and that if you have this yearning to get this story out, but you don't know how to get started, I want to be the person that you can come to, you can feel comfortable with. I'll learn your personality. We'll just go and have itty bitty baby steps, just like in my book, A Time to Fly. Before you know it, the young new author is ready to fly to and go to super professional coaches.
Diane's books are available now at dianefloydbain.com. Charlie and the Tire Swing, How It Began. A Time to Fly. A Song of Peace. Rise, a Girl's Struggle for More. Harry the Camel. The Little Girl in the Moon. The Little Girl in the Moon, Moxie and Tycho Town. Moon League Adventures, The Serengeti.
And I'm saying, go for it.
I love when you say go for it. That is fantastic. Well, you have accomplished so much. You and I got to know each other through a fluke, which I'll just share with people what that was. But I was actually at an in-person TV station with a show that I was doing, and we had a guest, and the guest, Zane Carson Carruth, and I reached out to her afterwards about being on this platform, and she couldn't make it last minute. And I said, do you know anyone who might be able to fill in for you? And she said, absolutely, Diane Floyd. And then you and I had our Zoom call. What year was that, Diane?
Oh, it's been at least 2.5 years ago, I think.
I think it was 2019. It was before the pandemic.
I feel like it was before the pandemic.
Or 2018. I don't even,
Yeah, you're just a part of my life. Did we not always know each other?
It seems like that. And what you've accomplished in all this time. And I also want people to know that you have referred so many people to our platform. And I really do appreciate that, because that's a big way that we grow, is by word of mouth and referrals. So thank you for being the foundation of our platform, Diane.
What a very kind thing to say. I really believe that everyone should be connectors. And I like to think of myself, and I know you are as well, a connector, because that's how we help each other. And that also helps, goes back to what Daisy said. What do we have similar? What can we do to help us be the person we're meant to be, and unite, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I'm going to put you on spotlights and have you share with our audience the latest and greatest, because I know you have so many things that are going on. You're a woman who does not rest, maybe driving a lot, but things happening while you're driving. So.
My brain is always thinking. That's right.
Yes. So take it away, Diane.
Thank you, Dr. JACALYN. Thank you, USA Global TV and Radio. I am so proud to be a part of this. It is a true honor. And to watch Dr. JACALYN grow and with her platform, we all who are members, we just get so motivated. You're a true powerhouse, Dr. JACALYN, and you bring and peace to the world in your own way with this platform. So again, thank you for having me. For those listening, thank you for being here and watching, of course. And for those who don't know me, I co-host 3 shows with USA Global TV and Radio, and it's always so exciting. So we have the UK News and Culture. That one just lets you know so much about what's going on in the UK, and our special guests co-hosts that team is just incredible. So please make sure you tune in. And then we have the Corner Bookstore, and the Corner Bookstore, we interview authors from all various genres, from children all the way up to adults, horror, fantasy. I'm always learning about even new genres. And the authors many times read their books. So if you're looking for, oh man, I need to get a good idea for a new book to read, make sure you check us out. We're on Thursdays, so that's pretty exciting. And then we started a new show, Once Upon a Time, and that is going to be a great show, as it's in its infancy at the moment. But as it grows, it's going to be a one-stop place for loved ones to find exactly wonderful places, toys, books, clothing, etc. for kiddos. So it's always nice to know that all you have to do is click one place, and there's a whole slew of places that you could go to learn, and also meet some of the people behind who are providing these services for you. And of course, as Dr. JACALYN showed in the commercial, which, it just really pleases me, because when I watch that, I just kind of giggle inside and smile and give thanks to the Lord, because I started off as a classroom educator. Now, I've always been a storyteller, as you could tell. I just motor mouth. My 5 brothers used to call me motor mouth, so that just comes out normally for me to say. And but I loved telling stories, and I loved telling stories to my students, whether they were from pre-K all the way through the 8th grade. Stories have a way of uniting us, making us feel comfortable, and it was a way for me in the classroom to bring us together and move on and work on things that we needed to achieve for that particular day. Then the day came that I thought, it's time for me to put these stories to print. And so I just started doing that. And I'll be sharing some of those stories in more detail with you in a moment. But I also wanted to share with you that I love going to conferences. I love speaking to people at the conferences, inspiring them to be who they are meant to be. And that is just fun. And when people come up to me and go, I was really nervous about doing this, but now I know that I can do this. And then I just think, oh, yay. That makes me feel good, because that's what we want, is we want people to know who they are inside, and to have the courage to become the person they are meant to be. I also love going to schools as an invited author, and speaking to the children as well, reading some of their own work and answering questions. So Q&As are really fun for me. And then reading my own stories to them and getting their thoughts. I even enjoy going to schools. I did this mostly before COVID. I hope to get back to it, and just sharing with kids what I'm working on, and get their ideas and go, do you think I'm on the right track? Because kids are so honest, and they'll tell you, I don't think you're going to cut it that way. How about trying this idea? And I love that. I love getting children's ideas and thoughts. So my books and my themes are all about kindness, love, peace, believing in yourself, are sort of the themes that I use throughout my books. I do young adult historical fiction, and I mostly do children's books. So I'll start with Rise, A Girl's Struggle for More. And Rise, this is actually my grandma. And this book is all about going for your dreams. So if a woman in 1904, which doesn't seem like that's that far, but for some people they think that, oh my gosh, that's forever, but it's really not. But the world was so different. Technology we know of today did not exist. The railroads were just really the main thing coming. Cars were just really being introduced to the average person. Telephones were just coming on. So if you think about what was happening by the time she was 14, 15 years old, and the kind of dreams that young people had back then, it really is different from today. We have what's called teenagers. They didn't call a 14-year-old a teenager. That didn't exist. You were either a child or you were an adult. and there was no in between. And so when you read this book, you get to go on an adventure of a young girl who wants more out of life, and discover what is that more that she wants, and does she accomplish it? And obviously I'm here, so she accomplished a lot. So this book will inspire you to be who you are meant to be. And in my I'll share with you a song piece. It's about a little boy named Tommy, and he starts singing the word peace. Peace, peace, peace. And of course, he sings it in a male voice. And people ask why. And you go on this journey with a neighborhood friend around the park. It's hard to see that. And learn why he wants peace. And there's a real twist in the story at the end of that surprises people for all the reasons that he wants peace. And this story is really not just for young kiddos, but it's for adults too, in ways that we can help work towards peace. And then we have Charlie the Tire Swing. And Charlie was inspired by my son because he lived on the tire swing and was always doing adventures. And so I thought, you know, I want kids to step away from the computers and all their other technologies and put their gadgets down and use their imagination. And so I hope that Charlie the Tire Swing, you enjoy going on these wonderful adventures with him, and enjoy your imagination, and write me and tell me some of your own tire swing adventures. That's always fun. A Time to Fly. Let's see if you can see it. It's hard to see this one. Well, the illustrator Nancy Hoover was incredible, and it's hard to see, but I'm telling you, the artwork is just totally amazing. Yeah, you can't see it. So this one too is multi-level, because we all have these moments, whether we're a child or an adult, asking ourselves, can I do this? And we're afraid to do it maybe, but then we go, okay, yeah, I think I can do it. And it's just like this little bird. He doesn't want to leave his nest. He's like so happy. Like, why should I leave? I got all the comforts at home and mama brings me my food. But that's really not the case. And mama and daddy have to help him understand what life's about. And before you know it, with the love and gentleness that the mom and dad do, the little boy or the little bird takes off. And that book is to inspire everyone again to believe in themselves. And then we have Harry the Camel. And Harry, he lives in Dubai, and he's a camel, obviously, but he doesn't want to be a camel. He's like, I want to be a horse. They have such a beautiful, smooth back, and they can run so fast. And I know I can run fast, Harry says to himself, but I must be able to run faster if I don't have that silly old hump. But something happens as he goes back home. And because of what happens, Harry discovers there's nothing better than being who you are. And that's what I want children to know, is to love themselves, because as we grow, we discover more and more gifts that we develop. I couldn't always sing, and I even had teachers tell me, you can't be in the choir, you can't sing. But I was like, I'm going to sing. I love to sing. And I worked and worked and worked until eventually I could sing. And so I just want you, if you really believe in yourself and work hard at things, it can happen. So Harry the Camel. The Little Girl in the Moon series is really fun. She lives on the moon, and this is all my imagination, of course, and she lives in Tycho Town. And in The Little Girl in the Moon, Moxie, in Tycho Town, you actually get to go and see a tiny bit of what Tycho Town it looks like, and that's really fun. And she has a doggie named Moxie who helps show you around. And you also learn all these little things like, how can they walk on the moon if they don't have gravity? But Moxie has very special shoes that can keep him grounded. So there's a lot of fun things that happen in Tycho Town. And The Little Girl in the Moon, the first book, she wishes that people on Earth knew about her, the Earthling children, even though she looks different and would probably scare an earthling, she feels like if they got to know me, they would discover that I'm just like them. And that's what I want children to know, that people can look different. They can eat different kind of foods. You're like, what is that? And then you taste it and you're like, oh, actually, that's pretty good, And that's when people to understand, little kiddos, is don't be afraid of something new. Learn about it. And before you know it, that person or that food, that culture just might be something that you think is quite interesting, yummy, or you could find your very best friend. And in The Little Girl in the Moon, the big idea, that's all about helping kind wishes make it to the stars. And for a moment in time, there is peace and harmony in the world. And then we're starting new things called the Moonling Adventures, where you go with the little boy in the moon and the little girl in the moon. And my next book, you'll start hearing what some of the Moonling names are for the kiddos. But in the adventures, you'll travel to different parts on Earth, and they do it through a simulator that's there on the moon in Taiko Town. And so in this particular one, we go to the Serengeti, and you learn about all these fun animals that are in a Serengeti, because not all of us have the opportunity to travel around the world. So what better way to travel than with a book? Because a book can help bring imagination to life and places to life. And that is what my books are about. So thank you, Dr. JACALYN, for this opportunity. Thank you, USA Global TV and Radio, for starting this platform, Dr. JACALYN, for doing so much that you do for the world. And I wish you the best of luck and many blessings for all the years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Diane. Fabulous. I want to have a chat about what you're doing. We do have a couple people backstage. I want to bring them out so they can join in the conversation. Welcome, Joseph Stetter. Hello.
Hello. Thank you again for having me. It's an honor, and what a great event in terms of a reunion of the incredible shows that you have, Dr. JACALYN. I've had the pleasure and the honor of being a guest on a few of them and going through your listening program. So great experience overall. And thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. Of course, you're one of our team members, and you also will have a special announcement later in the show. And you've invited a guest as well. I'd love to have you just give a brief introduction, because we're going to have official, so we can actually get into Diane's conversation. Tell us a little bit about Jay Seymour and how you know Jay.
So Jay and I belong to a mastermind called Millie Club, which is the idea of people coming together and leveraging different skill sets and networks to help each other grow. Jay's been in the automotive industry for over 35 years, and he just wrote an incredible book that teaches people what they should know before buying a car. He's just a powerhouse of energy, really here to serve, really here to kind of get people to be aware of the options that they have, and how he can help them in a larger scale. So I'm very excited that he's coming on stage today as a guest to kind of share a little bit of his wisdom and his background.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We'll welcome Jay to the program. Hi, Jay.
Hey, everybody. How you all doing?
Hi, nice to see you. Jay, where are you joining from today?
I am joining you all from Atlanta, Georgia, where today it is a nice sunny day and we don't have any rain, thankfully.
Yay, fabulous. And Joseph, you're in Canada, so it's nice to have you. Before we get into your presentations, Joseph and Jay, let's talk a little bit about Diane and the work that she's been doing. She's an educator, as Joseph, I know you are as well.
Yep.
And Jay, you're really educating people also in the car industry and some of the traps that people can fall into. My dad was a new car dealer for many, many years, and I was the finance manager. So I have a few stories too. But let's just have a chat with Diane. Diane, what do you think it takes to be able to put out such high quality work? You've got an important team with you as well.
Yes, team is the main word you just said. It takes a team to make a book. Quality it happens with the team that you have as well. And of course, the story and the message that you're trying to get across. For me and my team are my different illustrators, the different publishers that I have. I'm very blessed to have 3 different publishers. And I think that for me personally, it's really staying on message for each story. I have themes, but I always make sure that they stay within the themes that I believe in, which is peace, love, kindness, and loving yourself. So
That's beautiful,
Awesome.
Diane. Thank you.
thank you.
Joseph and Jay are also authors. What do you have to say, gentlemen?
Well, I think that similar to Diane, I agree with those models. I think that a lot of times we become expert in a particular field and we share it with our closer environment, but we don't realize the importance of sharing it with a bigger audience because they might not know or they might not have been exposed to the level of expertise or to even little small things. Like I help people land their dream job. And, it's one small tip can make such a huge difference in the experience or the speed to find your dream job kind of thing. So I think it's a big message of, don't be afraid to share your voice. Don't be afraid to kind of go, here's my expertise, here's my experience, because there's people out there that are going through something similar and might feel lost and overwhelmed. And your story, your message, your tip could be that tipping point to kind of get to that next level.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I agree exactly what he was saying because, being in the automotive industry for basically over 30 years, you see a lot, you hear a lot, you experience a lot. And just like you, Dr. Johnson, we can tell a bunch of different stories being in the automotive industry, and people just don't know how to buy a car. And it shows by the time they leave. So that is one of the reasons why when I got out of the car business, I had some help by a future guest that you over here from that kind of steered me into writing this book. And the way I wrote the book, I wrote it from my heart, so that when people read the book, they're getting the true deal, no chaser, right? Tell them which way to go, so that they don't have to maneuver through things that they don't understand. Because I kind of break it down to them like Denzel Washington says, tell it to me like a 2-year-old. So I'm looking forward to telling you more about it.
I need to know the title of that book. I have a daughter that lives in outside of Atlanta, and she's getting ready to buy a car, and I made her a list, and she's like, those just seem like crazy questions, Mother.
Here it is. Can you see it on the screen?
Yes, I'm ordering that today.
The untold story, avoiding the traps of the car industry, is what they don't want you to know. The what, why, and how to buy a car. There it is.
Fabulous.
Over on Amazon.
And I can give Jay a quick testimonial because my wife and I are in the process of buying kind of a crossover SUV, a minivan, and I had like a quick half-hour conversation with Jay, and he blew my mind about certain things that I was completely unaware of. Simple tips like, sometimes when you have friends that are in the industry, you think you're getting the best deal, but behind the scenes you might not be. And so it's important to kind of ask this or check this before doing that. And he is absolutely a wealth of knowledge.
Outstanding. Well, we look forward to your presentation, Jay. I have to say, it was interesting when Jay was talking, his lips were not moving at all. Did anyone notice that? And then all of a sudden, he was like,
I know. I had to lean in to see what was going on.
I was like, I felt like maybe Jay was doing a ventriloquist act or something.
Technology,
technology. We love it. We love it. So, well, we're going to move on to Joseph, your presentation. And what I want to share with people is this is really just the way the world is. And I forget, you found us somehow, Joseph. I didn't know you, and you came on the reunion show, and I didn't know who you were. We hadn't met in advance. Saw your presentation, thought you were amazing, reached out, we connected. There's something that's going to be happening. But in addition, I went to my beloved solid core workout. This woman who was across the room, she moved her bench she moved to the one next to me because she said I was inspiring her. We started talking. She was looking for a job. I said, I have the person for you. She did her research. She called me up. She said, I think I'm going to hire him. I think he is exactly what I need. What do you think? I said, he is the guy. Joseph is so responsive, and that means a lot to me. He gets back immediately, and what he replies with has the highest level of quality. And he's just a good man. He's a good person, and he's introduced me to someone. So Joseph, I'm going to spotlight you and let you take it away for your 15 minutes.
Perfect. So as I mentioned earlier, I'm part of a mastermind called the Millie Club, where, again, it was launched by Dr. Obam Bowen. And his mission is to help create 1,000 millionaires in 2023, basically. And so he's building a community that allows people to network in a much more efficient way, because he's actually structured the networking where we ask kind of 3 questions in the first round and another 3 questions in the second round. And we really know who the person is, what they're about, and how we can service them in terms of helping each other grow. And as part of the conversation, when I met Dr. JACALYN and kind of had such an amazing experience being on her podcast and just the wide variety of opportunities, we kind of brainstormed and created a joint venture agreement collaboration where all members of the Millie Club will now be booked on the various podcasts under the umbrella of USA Global TV and radio kind of thing. And so that it will fill up everybody's podcast with amazing guests. We have a wide variety of experts that range from, the automotive industry like Jay, social media marketing, health and wellness, mindset coaching, happiness coaching. Myself, I do kind of career coaching and corporate culture. And basically create a platform where we're leveling more people up, because obviously sorry, my daughter's yelling in my background. I'm on babysitting duty, so forgive me for the kind of looking away for a second. And the idea is that, JACALYN, you have such an amazing, incredible platform. The fact that you're in multiple countries, the fact that you get so many viewerships. There's a lot of new entrepreneurs that kind of understand, this is my purpose, this is my mission. And we have very excited to now create a platform to expose everybody to a larger market, to help level USA Global TV and radio, because we're going to be promoting this now every meeting that we have, and booking speakers so that the shows have, a great variety from all over the world as well, and have kind of different experts sharing, ideas. And given the wonderful shows that you already have, kind of connecting how, if you don't, let's say, have a good job, it might affect your mental health and well-being. It might affect your relationships. It might affect your this. As Diane mentioned, a lot of kids after this pandemic are suffering from extreme anxiety and extreme depression, and are afraid to share their voice, and are going through problems. Maybe it's cultural or religious or anything like that with their family, where they are not allowed to express, here's what I'm feeling, or here's what I'm going through. And they don't know how to find an outlet for that. So Diane's books can be a great resource for that. And again, people in the Millie Club that, some of them have worked, like Jay, 30 plus years, and now are kind of having a rejuvenation of, wow, like I have such knowledge and I have to share that. And so we are very, very excited to create a platform right now where not only can we level up the experts, but we've already started reaching out to some of the experts to kind of join the USA Global TV and Radio family, to kind of do the training with Dr. JACALYN, so that they could have their own podcast and potentially launch it under the umbrella of USA Global and TV Radio. So very, very exciting stuff for all of us.
Thank you so much, Joseph. That is really exciting. Woo! You never know how things come together. Yes, circle of applause for sure. Joseph, what would you like to share about your own work that you're doing?
So I kind of wear two hats. I am a resume whisperer. I help people market themselves correctly in order to land their dream job now. And I've helped over 11,000 people find their dream job in as little as 2 days. And so right now in North America, there is 45 million people that are unemployed. There are 45 million people that are severely employed or underemployed, I should say, so have a university or college degree but work at McDonald's. And then there's about 30 million people going through some sort of education or retraining. So my aim or my purpose is to empower them to understand how valuable they are, how valuable their experience and their knowledge is, and how to, again, market it so that they can get hired. On the corporate side, as a corporate culturist, I help organizations and entrepreneurs hire the right fit people and keep them by creating a corporate culture of celebration, creating social responsibility game plan that engages their employee and excites them about them, and giving both data and strategy to organizations on how to build their teams so that they're producing at the highest level possible.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ooh, I love it. You're helping so many people in so many ways. So Diane and Jay, any comments or feedback that you have for Joseph?
Oh, well, it's amazing what you do. And I think, I never heard of a resume whisperer before, but it's really important how you are giving confidence to people and making their resume come alive. I'm extremely impressed.
Thank you.
Jay, hold on 1 second. We can't hear you. Go ahead, Jay.
Okay. And one thing I want to say about being the resume whisperer, because I did a lot of hiring as well. And most of the time, what people don't understand on that piece of paper is basically your way of getting in the door. Because a lot of managers or people that's looking at their resume, they know within about 60 seconds if you're somebody they didn't want to talk to or reschedule. The reschedule, I just use that word, right?
Yeah.
So that resume, when you have the correct resume, that basically puts you in front of everybody else that didn't have one or didn't know how to create one. So I like that part about what he does. And also being part of the Millie Club, like I say, it's all about networking and who you get to meet and who can help you with your business, and everything just comes together.
Jay, thanks for sharing that. What else can you tell us about the Millie Club for people who are thinking, yeah, I heard Joseph talk about it a little bit, but can you give some more information? Is this open to people? Can anyone join this?
So the way that Dr. Obama has set it up, it's Wednesday nights from 6 to 8 and Friday nights from 6 to 8. It's a kind of Zoom call. The membership or the mastermind costs $99 a month or $500 for the entire year. If you want to pay it up front. And basically, again, he has it kind of themed where Wednesdays, there's usually an expert in, let's say, finances or marketing or any of the experts that are part of the Millie Club, where they kind of share their wisdom and knowledge. And people get an opportunity to learn about things that they might have not thought of or resources that they might not know exist. To help them kind of grow their and leverage their business. And then Friday nights is usually our kind of networking there, where we have breakout rooms with 5 to 7 people per room. And you have an opportunity to really get to know each person in the breakout room and have conversations on, oh, wait, you know what? I'm trying to do this. So like, for example, Jay was mentioning that he wants to write a book, and one of our mastermind members happens to be a professional writer and kind of editor, and they had a conversation, and his book was produced, I think, within a week in terms of from concept to actual getting it in hand, going, wow, here's my book in front of me. And we have formed collaborations with kind of event planners that can kind of help book you weekend events that will generate large income for you. We have, obviously with Dr. JACALYN, get you on podcasts and get you exposed and get you your brand and your name out there. So there's a little bit of flavor for everything. Everybody's welcome. There's a Facebook group for it called Millie Club. And again, it's a very different experience because it's not a typical mastermind where it's like, hi, nice to meet you. What do you do there's very specific energy. There's very specific messaging. We have kind of bi-weekly events where we review a book. So we just finished reviewing Think and Grow Rich chapter by chapter and kind of discussing what we learned out of it, what we're doing or applying in our own businesses, and where we're falling short, and kind of having the community support you. Go, hey, have you thought of this? Have you thought of this? Have you doing this? And so it's an incredible experience because when you have resources around you, it's amazing how much you can get things done faster because there's different levels of expertise. So even for me, for example, the marketing team that I use now came out of the Millie Club, and they're coming up with ideas that weren't even on my radar of things to do. So really incredible experience as a whole. And, it's a no-brainer offer. As part of being a member of the Millie Club, you get a 20% discount to the live events that happen 4 or 5 times a year in beautiful destinations. The next one is in Orlando, Florida. It's in a house themed like Star Wars or Star Wars, I believe. Then there's one in Hawaii. There's one in Cancun. So there's a wide variety of opportunity. And again, a ton of opportunities for individuals to kind of come in and go, can I collaborate here? Or can I offer this as a package or service?
Thank you so much, Joseph. And I have to say this, Dr. Obama, since I've met him, he's never been in one place at the same time. He's traveling all over spreading his message, which is incredible. So just to summarize, before we go to Jay and Jay's 15 minutes of fame, if people want to join the Millie Club, it's $99 a month or $500 for the year.
Correct.
They can reach out to you through any of your social media platforms?
Yes.
Okay.
Or again, if they go on Facebook and type in Millie Club, they'll find it and they can kind of request to join and be as a guest kind of thing.
Perfect. Joseph, if you can put that in the private chat and then I'll share it publicly, that would be terrific.
I will put the link directly. I'll find the link for Millie Club and put that for you.
Excellent. Thank you. Just a couple of housekeeping tips before we go to Jay. Diane, how much more time do you have with us?
About 5 more minutes.
About 5 more minutes. Okay. And Joseph, you're going to be staying while Jay is here?
I'm going to be staying for part. I'm on baby duty, and so I have to kind of do a couple things with kids in the background. So I apologize for kind of being in and out. So I will be in the background. But, I mean, since Jay is also a member of the Millie Club, he could probably share a few of the things because everything that I'm sharing, it's common knowledge. It's not something that it's the only difference was the agreement that, JACALYN formed with Obama and myself as kind of a partnership of leveling everybody up.
Fantastic. Here's the link here for the Millie Club. And we put it into the comments so everybody can find it. And Dr. Obama will be joining us later on in the show. So Diane, great to have you here. Feel free to come back later. And Joseph, the same thing. You two are welcome to stay. Let's go over to J.C. Moore and hear about him and have him share his 15 minutes of fame with us. Take it away, Jay.
Well, first of all, Dr. Johnson, I want to thank you very much for giving me this platform to be able to talk to you all. I greatly, greatly appreciate that. Like I said, a little bit about me. Been in the car business, over 30 years. Started off in sales, worked my way up the corporate ladder, all the way to being a finance compliance director, general manager, general sales manager. Worked over the internet department, oversaw 14 dealerships in Georgia, half in Kentucky, traveling back and forth. Seen it all, done it all, did a lot of things. I've also have part of my company. I also have something that's coming out real soon. Is a singing competition that's being done virtually online, which is an a cappella competition that's never been done before. And I've also got something really special that's in the automotive industry that me and Dr. Obama was working on and waiting on a couple of signatures to finish that up. But right now, what we're going to talk about right now is the book that I wrote. It's called The Untold Story. Okay, The Untold Story, Avoiding the Traps in the Car Industry. What they don't want you to know. That they is the car industry. And I'm going to teach you the what, the why, and the how to buy a car. I wrote this book in a way that I'm giving you real life talk, real life experiences of what I know about the car industry in my 30 years being involved. Inside the book, I have it written in two different formats within the same book. I give you the political correct answer that you want to have to the question. And then I have different characters throughout the book named Street Talk. Street Talk is the kind of alter ego that kind of breaks everything down in a paragraph for you. Now, sometimes he uses rhyme and sometimes he doesn't. You just have to read the book and see which part he does. But I also do live videos every morning at 10:15 Eastern Standard Time, going over the book chapter by chapter. Like starting this Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, I'm getting into the part basically on the third, we start on the third chapter, where I'm talking about the buyer's order, the pencil, the negotiating when they bring that out there to you, when they presented the numbers to you. Because I can tell you that's when people get caught in the trap. If they haven't did the other things that I've said in the book about doing your research, first of all, getting pre-approved, then you are easily going to fall into the trap. So Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, that's all I'm going to discuss about is the pencil or the buyer's order. I'm going to go over what a four square is, the benefits and the disadvantages of a four square. And then I'm going to show you the correct way with the buyer's order and what's supposed to be on the buyer's order and what's not. I'm going to show you these ways because these are I'm telling you all, if you don't know how to read the buyer's order or your pencil, you're going to fall into the trap. I go over a lot of different things inside this book. Like I said, I go from the time you wake up and you decide that you want to buy a car. It's like a young lady's daughter's thinking about buying a car. I walk you straight through the process until the time you leave that dealership with your car. I give you all the outs and ins on it. Now, here's my book. She showed you a picture of my book. I'm very proud to say that I've got the author's copy of the book and kind of give you some chapters of the book on what's inside the book, okay? So you have things like, for example, deceptive advertising, we're going to go over. High pressure sales tactics, we're going to go over for finance traps. When you buy a car, can you return it? We're going to go over the bait and switch, the terminology in the car industry. What is a limit law? What is incentivized rate? I have some questions that you might want some answers to, called questions that you might want to answer. And I list some of those questions out for you. And I give you what happens with my down payment. These are just some of the things that I cover inside of my book, The Untold Story, which is my untold story, avoiding the traps in the car industry. I have learned that a lot of people, you all, especially being in the industry, that, like I said before at the beginning, once they buy a car, they leave and come back the very next day. I can't afford this. I made the wrong decision. What can you do to help me? Or sometimes they come to the dealership and be there for 5, 6, 7 hours. Sometimes they leave with the car. Sometimes they don't. But what my book is going to help you to do is prevent all of that. I'm starting you off on the track for the time you wake up and you say, hey, I'm thinking about buying your car, or what is it that I need to do at this time? The one thing about buying cars, we all are going to buy one eventually. In a person's lifetime, usually it's about 3 to 4 cars in their lifetime that they're going to buy a car. Then their children's going to buy a car. Nieces, nephews, mom, dad, brothers, sisters. Would it not make sense to have someone that's been in the business and going to give you real talk, real life situations where you can use right now from the rest to the end of time on that car purchase? We buy 2 major things in our lifetime, house and car. That are the 2 basic large things that we're going to buy in our lifetime. There are a lot of other authors out there you want to tell you about how to buy a car. Trust me, they're out there. I've researched some of them. Not saying they're not bad. But with my book, I'm talking to you just like I'm talking to you now. If you tune in on Facebook, 10:15 Eastern Standard Time, I'm giving you a live presentation of things that's not in the book. Okay? Till I get to the end of the chapter, then I probably start it all over. But that is what I like to do. I like to serve. Being inside the Millie Club, what that allows you is this. When you're an entrepreneur and you need to be a servant, if you're not serving your community, or you're not serving the public, or you're not serving your customers, then you're not a good entrepreneur. An entrepreneur is a person that likes to serve, because if you give people what they want, they will give you what you want. Being in the Millie Club has put me in contact with people I would have never met, like-minded people that have the same mindset that we have. Love the Millie Club. And that is why I'm part of the Millie Club. That is why, as an entrepreneur, I want to show people, hey, I'm a server. I want to give you something so that I can get something back from you. Don't know how much time I have, Johnson, so I need you to tell me where we at.
Keep going. You've got a few more minutes if you'd like to take them.
Okay, great. So I'm going to use
Jay?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I have an idea. Since you have
Okay.
your book there, maybe you'd like to read from it.
Hey, no, I sure will. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm glad you suggested that. Let me give you let's see. I'm gonna read the introduction. How about that? Give me the introduction. The car buying industry has come a long way from the days of horse-drawn carriages to modern-day automobiles. The process of buying a car can be a daunting task for many people, with numerous options and variables to consider. In this book, we will explore the car buying industry, its key players, and the factors that influence the purchase of a car, and how you can avoid traps and save money and time at the dealership. Now, the abstract is this. The car buying industry is a complex system that involves multiple stakeholders, including car manufacturers, dealerships, financial institutions, and buyers. The industry has evolved over the years with technological advancements and changing consumers' preferences shaping the market. Today, consumers have access to a wide range of cars, financing options, and buying channels, making the process more convenient and accessible. Then I get into telling you about arguments with examples like talking about the car manufacturer. I tell you about the dealerships. I tell you about the financial institutions. I tell you about the buyer, because those are ones that's going to buy the car, and then I give you a conclusion. So I basically have all the bases covered on what a consumer needs to know when buying a car. Now, I'm going to give you one caveat that's not in the book. So we're on Dr. Johnson's show. I'm going to give you one caveat that I guarantee you 80% don't know. And Dr. Johnson, when I say this, tell me if you knew this, because you have a little background in the car industry. I'm going to give y'all one caveat, okay?
I can't wait.
Here we go. Did you all know that when a dealership advertises that they will pay your trade-in off no matter how much you owe? Okay? They will pay your trade-in off no matter how much you owe. That they're not supposed to charge that inside your buyer's order when you're buying the car? Let me give you an example. Let's say your car is worth $10,000. You owe $12,000. So that means you're upside down by $2,000, right? That $2,000 is not supposed to be added onto your loan as negative equity. They can't increase the selling price to add the negative equity to your selling price. If they gave you $10,000 for your car, they have to give you $12,000 for your car so you don't carry over the negative equity to your new purchase. If you put cash down, if you look at your buyer's order or your contract, you will see that that $2,000 that you were negative equity was applied to your down payment. They can't do that. And that only applies if they advertise, we will pay your car off no matter what you owe. Bet you didn't know that. So it's little things like that in my live Facebook at 10:15 as we go through the process of the book I tell you things from experience of things that I did not put inside the book because it had just been too much. I would rather sit there and tell you myself as you join me live on Facebook each morning at 10:15 Eastern Standard Time for 30 minutes. I want to give you 30 minutes, and then I give you another time when I'm going to review the rest of the day. But by doing this, this is my way of contributing. This is my way of serving the community and giving them some more insight on how to buy a car. Car business, you all, is $1 billion industry, $1 billion industry. But that don't mean they got to get the whole billions from us at one time.
Absolutely brilliant. I love it. Thank you so much. Before we have comments, we're going to bring out another one of our guests who's backstage. Who do you have with you, Joseph?
This is my son, Ariel Nave.
Hi.
He is a 7-month-old happy. Hi.
What a sweetheart. Hello. You really do have your hands full there.
Yes.
Fantastic. Jay, that was a great presentation. Lots of good information. And for people who missed it, we shared your book. Let me do it again. You can go over to Amazon right now and pick up Jay's book, The Untold Story, Avoiding the Traps of the Car Industries, What They Don't Want You to Know, the what, why, and how to buy a car. All right. Thank you so much. We do have some comments. Before we get to them, let me bring out our next guest so he can have a conversation with us as well. Welcome, Mr. Philip Sykes. He is the founder and principal of the British School of Excellence. Hello.
A very good day to you. Happy weekend, Jay. Love the presentation. Yusuf, hello.
Hello, hello, hello.
Dr. JACALYN.
Philip, I'm always used to seeing you wearing your whole the suit and tie and the handkerchief and the cuffs. It's nice to see you relaxing on a Sunday.
No, I'm telling you what, I've just taken my marigolds off. Trust me, I've been cleaning and DIYing, and you don't even want to know. Kerry's been cracking the whip.
Well, it's nice to have you with us. Let's take a look at some of the comments, and then we'll have a chat about Jay's presentation. We'll go over to Philip. So Diane Floyd Bame, who just joined us, she's off to church. She writes, Jay, you are helping all of us, and you are right. We are going to be purchasing a car. Absolutely. Thanks, Diane. And I love the hat, by the way. Okay. And guess what? Dr. Obama is on the plane and he is watching right now. How about that? On the plane watching you guys. I love it. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, he's going back to Mexico, or other side of Mexico today. So he said he will attempt to log in. But given the travel time, he will do his best today. I probably need to go in a few minutes. I got to get the kids dressed for the rest of the day.
Perfect. I understand. Let me just put this back up again. For anyone who's interested, Joseph and Jay are members with Dr. Obama of the Underdog Millie Club. There is the website, underdogmillionairesunite.com. And we also have the Facebook link if you're interested in joining, as we shared already. Joseph and Dr. Obama and I have a joint venture partnership where we will be bringing people to the platform, people who are interested in having their own podcasts and getting the training to do that, and also wanting to share the work that they're doing, just like Jay's doing. So, Philip, I know that you weren't here for all of Jay's presentation, but what's it like to purchase a car over there in the UK?
I think that book, from what it sounds like, would be useful to anybody globally. I think a lot of us get drawn into purchasing vehicles. We don't understand what's behind the whole journey in purchasing a vehicle. The second-hand market here is pretty good. You can pick up cars fairly reasonable. That's good English, at a reasonable price. But it's good to know what you're facing and how to sort of negotiate on a better term and understand where to start and what the end goal is. So I think purchasing a car, as I said, anywhere in the world, everyone faces challenges. And again, I think people just have this hidden feeling, this angst of, am I going to be ripped off, or am I going to find out that I've been, literally, excuse the pun, taken for a ride? So I think it's very important that we all do our due diligence. And this is something actually quite interesting. Funny enough, I just had the side of our motor car sprayed. Well, not sprayed, it's just touched up because a panel beater did a really poor job on it. many years ago. And that's something I think I've learned along the way is if you do have an accident or you have something you want to sort out in your car, go to a professional and get 2 or 3 quotes. Don't go for the cheapest one, and don't try and pay cash and sort of dodge a bullet by sort of saving a few bucks here and there, because in the long term, you will end up paying a lot more. And this gentleman who came here today, he said, whoever did this, someone really didn't know what they were doing. So I think motor cars, it's a minefield in general.
Thank you so much for sharing that. Jay, anything you'd like to share back to Philip? And I know, Joseph, you have to go. It's been an absolute pleasure seeing you, my friend.
Thank you very much.
Enjoy the rest of your day. Feel free to come back later if you want.
See you later, Joseph.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
I agree with him 100%. It does not matter where you at or what location you at with my book, because you're still just buying a car. The only difference is the location where you're buying the vehicle at. And the biggest problem that most people have, just like he said, is not the fact that they're concerned about the type of car that they're buying, because most people kind of got that narrowed down to what kind of car they want. The biggest problem is they want to say, did I get ripped off? Did I really get the best deal? If I traded my car in, did I get the best deal for my trade-in? And we understand that it is a business. They have to make money. They have to make profit. Profit is not a bad word. But like I used to tell people inside, when they say, hey, this was the customers used to tell me when I was finance manager, they said, well, I want the biggest discount because I bought a lot of cars and I want to make sure that I get the best deal. So it's my turn. And I said, but when do I get to make profit? They said, well, you make that on the next guy. Well, I said, that's what the guy before you said, make it on the next guy. So now what I did was I'm showing people, before you even get to that part of getting to the finance department, or before you even get to the dealership, why not show you the things that you need to do before then, so that at the end of the day, you did get the best deal.
Yeah, gentlemen, you know what's coming up for me between the two of you? Philip and I do a show every Friday, The Power of Etiquette and Manners. But one thing we haven't touched on, I'm sure that you touch on this in your Train the Trainer or some of your other programs, Philip, is the etiquette and manners of negotiations.
Absolutely.
That's really important when you think about it. Some people, their negotiation tactics are strong arming, yelling, screaming, slamming their fists against the table, walking out of the room. So I can see a show right there that would be really a good collaboration, I think.
Sign me up.
Absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, we're going to go over to Philip for your 15 minutes of fame, because I know you're busy gardening. So please tell us all about your work at the British School of Excellence and how it is that you and your team help people. Jay, you and I will be here listening.
Thank you, Dr. JACALYN. Well, as always, yes, this is the most underdressed you must probably see me. I've got my Kruger Park Rhino T-shirt on today, and as I said earlier, I've been very focused on helping around the house and making sure that we can, go into a week with a clear mind and a clean house. That's for sure. The British School of Excellence is very much focused on building confidence and changing lives from youngsters right through to whatever age you are as an adult. And as an organization, our vision, our focus, our intention is to give people those quintessential tools that will give you that opportunity to open doors for you wherever you go in this world. It's understanding the cultural differences in our world. It's understanding how we as human beings can show up better every single day and show up for ourselves, and in turn show up for other people. We really are absolutely passionate about guiding people on whatever journey it is that they're on and helping them unlock certain doors or obstacles that they might find along the way. And through the power of etiquette and manners, your emotional intelligence, your mindset, all of these are so intertwined and combined. And when we break that down, we really do give you the opportunity to really put your best foot forward. A lot of people believe that etiquette and manners might be for smart people, posh people, as some people use the term, or people who've got lots of money, or not. Absolutely, you couldn't be further from the truth. Etiquette and manners is for absolutely every single person from the moment we're born. And if we as parents can guide and steer our youngsters right from the word go, we're going to have a far more dynamic and a far better society. This is what this is about. And it is giving our children those incredible tools to be more confident, how to handle themselves in certain situations. It's those, and I hate the term soft skills that people talk about. We love to call them core life skills. These are quintessential tools and life skills that we need as human beings going forward. Now, here at the British School of Excellence, we focus very much starting with children, and we have a brand called KERBECK. Now, our KERBECK brand is very much focused on helping students, helping youngsters understand how to incorporate a stronger mindset, how to develop a growth mindset, how to incorporate that little 6-second rule. So we start to work on their EQ, their emotional intelligence. We start to give them the opportunity to think on their feet, to handle certain situations, how not to rile to a sibling's snatching a toy from them or interrupting or any of those sort of things. So KERBECK, there's a stepped phase and program that we run on that. And off the back of KERBECK, we've got an incredible program called The Power of the Pen. Sheila Makwana, one of our lead instructors when it comes to our coaching and development with KERBECK and our youngsters, she has created this incredible Power of the Pen writing in cursive. So anybody, no matter what age, can join her writing course, and it really is unbelievable. We then move up into our teenage area, which is mindset and motivation, mindset and resilience, mindset and money. Those are the 3 programs we run for teenagers. We then step into the teenager leaving school, going to college, giving them the tools on what to expect at university, what to expect at college, what and how to sort of just handle themselves better. So that's the polished student. That is someone who really can really benefit from understanding before they head out. Because I think a lot of us nowadays in this day and age, and not only now, but I think generally as youngsters, we tend to go out a bit blind because maybe a lot of things have been done for us by our parents, by various people who have influenced our lives. So we do go a little bit wet behind the ears, and it gives you that confidence. And not only that, when we talk about giving students confidence, we talk about students who might be going to study in a different country. And so giving them those tools on how to really connect and engage with people from various cultures. And I think that's really key, because what happens a lot of the time is with many youngsters, they go to a foreign country. So let's give it an example. We get students who might come from China or India who go to the USA to study. And very bright, really excited to join, but they tend to find people from their own country to mix with, and they don't integrate into the student way of life with everyone from different walks of life. And this is where people are doing themselves a disservice, because you're building a network, you're building connections, you're finding out how other people handle their lives and whatever foot they put forward in certain sectors. So this power of networking and connecting with people is something very much at the core of all our programs. We then jump into the polished professional, which is focused on anybody in business. No matter whether you're an entrepreneur, whether you're working for a corporate, whether you're working for a small organization, the polished professional gives you those quintessential tools on elevating yourself from a business etiquette point of view, but also a professional point of view of being excellent. How am I showing up every single day? Our flagship program is Train the Trainer. Now, Train the Trainer is a 5-day intense course, which doesn't stop there, but it's 5 days, seven and something hours each day, Monday through to Friday. And that's for anybody who either wants to become a country partner, in other words, fall under our banner and our brand globally, and then have the opportunity to take on board all our intellectual property, our accreditations. Or it could be for someone who's already a coach who wants to bolt on the power of etiquette, manners, and emotional intelligence. Or it could be for someone who wants to set up their own business from scratch, and we will guide and steer you on whatever journey you are going to take. And then other areas that we focus on is the emotional intelligence standalone programs. We've got styling and image consultancy. We do a beautiful English afternoon tea experience. We do dining etiquette experience. We've got an amazing tour coming up in June here in the United Kingdom, which is going to be phenomenal because it's going to really envelop all these incredible quintessential English traditions and what the UK is renowned for, the English season. So going to Royal Ascot, going to have afternoon tea at the Ritz, going on the beautiful British Pullman train where the Queen and the Queen Mother used to travel on, and going through the Valley of Kent and trying out Kentish food and Kentish method de champenoise. And we're going to go to the Lion King Theatre. We're going to go on the River Thames on a cruise, which is dinner and dance. We're going to do flower arranging. We're going to do some programs and run some classes on presentation, on finding dynamic ways to connect with your audience. And that's just a tip of the iceberg. And so as an organization, we really do take on board all those amazing people skills that we so fundamentally need, more so now than ever before, especially in this fourth industrial revolution. And I'm hugely excited to announce that Dr. JACALYN, you and I have really built up some incredible programs. We're going to continue with our children program on the show. Dr. JACALYN, I know you've got some wonderful ideas, getting our alumni more involved into the USA Global TV and this platform, USA Global TV. Anyone listening, anyone watching, embrace it, enhance it. Be a guest on this program, on this platform, because it'll open doors for you that you've never imagined. So it really is a very, very powerful tool. And I thank you for this opportunity. And it's great to be here on this reunion. Always great. And that's from me, really. That's in a nutshell.
Thank you so much, Philip. I definitely want to hear what Jay has to say as well, because this is probably his first exposure to your school. We have your website up here, and what I'd love for you to just share, because you have so many things that you offer. Which of the things that you offer can people do virtually, and which do they have to do in person?
Wonderful question. So at the moment, the Train the Trainer is still virtual. It's through Zoom. Prior to the wretched virus affecting the world, we did all our Train the Trainers in person, which was it was just immersive. It was unbelievable. But now we try very hard to put off the Train the Trainer in through Zoom and make it as interactive and as exciting as possible. The Polished Professional is still on Zoom, but people can book individually as a one-on-one or a group to come and join us here in London, or again invite me or any of our coaches to go and join them in the respective country. And this is the nice thing about our organization. We are very, very flexible. For example, tomorrow I have the privilege of working with the Four Seasons Hotel Group. We're working with the department, the spa department, and the food and beverage department. And we're doing an amazing 3-hour program tomorrow and Tuesday here live in Mayfair. So it really is an opportunity for people to sort of find out what best suits them and what is financially practical. So it's flexible.
Thank you so much. Jay, what feedback, questions, comments do you have for Philip?
Oh, I love it. He hit something right on the head, because in today's society, especially when you have people that's graduating and upcoming youth, they really don't know or not being taught in schools etiquette. They could not go to a restaurant and basically know which fork to pick up to eat a salad. They don't say yes, ma'am, no, ma'am, yes, sir, no, sir anymore. They don't know how to dress sometimes just to go to a basic interview. So I really, really love that, especially since it's virtual and something that people can go online and they can do this on their own in the comfort of their own home or their own comfort of their own office. That is what entrepreneurship is about. And I love the fact that he's thinking outside the box. You're doing something that we as young adults probably were taught by our parents or being taught by other people. But to have that lifeline of someone that's actually doing that as their business, love it. Love it.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much for that input and feedback. And something that not a lot of people know, but as an organization and as a brand, we are very focused on global representation. So as we currently stand as a business, we've got the British School of Excellence and Etiquette in Brazil, in Bermuda, hopefully in the near future in the Bahamas. We've got in Poland, in Benelux, we've got the British School of Excellence in Japan, in Pakistan, in 2 locations, Lahore and Karachi, and we've got the British School of Excellence in Oman. And my wife and I and our son are planning on a move to the USA in 2024 to firstly come and incorporate the beautiful USA and be close to the ocean, but also to really focus on introducing the British School of Excellence into the United States of America and beyond. And so we are hugely excited. And as I've always said, this organization is way bigger than me or anyone that's involved in it. This is an organization that needs to outlive all of us and tenfold on top of that.
I do have a question for you. And within your program, do you all have something that probably you even develop? You know, I was mentioning about high school. You know, right now at high school, they're taking basically the fundamentals of certain things out of school, just like basic writing. But I really honestly believe that if you had a course, just what we started talking about for etiquette, within like a program that's made for when you become a junior or senior in high school, even if it's a short course that can be presented within the school or something that can be offered to the school, because like I said, they're on their way to adulthood. They need to know those basic fundamentals. And I know that that's not being taught in school. And to have something like a course like that, I would love to be a part of helping with that. So, yeah, so putting that out there to you. I would love to be, especially right here in the USA. Oh, yeah. And it's virtual too. Because with your accent, what I love about it is, you know, I love the movies, I love the TV, and the accent gets me. You're going to get my attention as soon as you start talking. And what I see is if someone like you in a tuxedo with the, you know, with the napkin or the, what they call it, the, you know, across your arm, and they're teaching you at an empty table, just like the movie The Menu. They teach you at an empty table on how you're supposed to present yourself for dinner. The basic fundamentals. And I just see that in my mind with teenagers watching that and hearing your voice and seeing someone like you presenting that gets their attention. But it's also teaching them something, because I'm telling you, a lot of people don't know those basic essentials. I had to be taught that. I had to taught eat in, start on the outside and work your way in. What, start on the outside? Yeah, start on the outside and work your way in. So, you know, just basic fundamentals. I think that would be a great idea, especially if you come to USA. I would love to meet you.
Wonderful. Which part of the USA are you based in?
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia.
Atlanta, Georgia. So I'm not going to be too far from you. I'm going to be in North Florida, Jacksonville.
No, that's about by car, 3 hours, by plane, an hour.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
Oh, yeah.
You know what else also comes to mind, and Jay, thank you for those comments, is when you start working at a company, have a new job. First of all, let me take a step back. With the work that Joseph does, it's so important that you learn etiquette and manners, you learn styling. So Philip, I see a nice connection between you and Joseph, who was just here, because he's a resume whisperer. That's what he helps people do, get their dream job. You get into the dream job, and they typically will send you now, instead of handing you a manual about all of the rules that you have to follow and who to contact when, but there's nothing in there typically about etiquette and manners. And this needs to be in every handbook, in every organization, in every school.
Absolutely. And we're launching a book very soon. It's been in the pipeline for so long, but we're launching a book very soon called Crushing Etiquette. So that'll be coming out in, I'm hoping, and I don't want to jump the gun here or let the horse out the gate too quickly or too soon, but we've been talking about launching it in June or July. So that is something we are hugely excited about. It's a book that we have been working on long and hard. We had to make a few changes because we don't really want it to reflect too much about the pandemic and COVID, because we started writing it just around that time, or just before around that time. So we've just had to make a few small changes, but the book will be coming out, and it gives you these quintessential tools, and it's a nice fun read with lots of stories in it and that sort of thing. So we're very excited about getting that out there. And I know I'm going to be leaning on Red for some guidance and steering as well, because I know he's been so supportive of you, Dr. JACALYN.
Yes, absolutely. And so for those of you who didn't see Red's presentation earlier, Red's one of our team members here. He's also an author. He's a book publisher, and he's helped me get all of my books to either be Amazon #1 bestsellers or Amazon #1 new releases. So he is the man to contact for sure. So, Philip, before you go, I would love if we could just talk a little bit with Jay to the topic that I mentioned before about the power and manners in negotiating skills. So, is there one or two maybe little tips that you could give to help all of us when we're negotiating? Because I feel like we're always negotiating. That's a line from a movie. I forget which movie, but whether you're talking with your spouse or you're on the phone with the cable company, it's not working. We're negotiating. So, Philip, what tips can you share?
Firstly, Dr. Jacalyn, this falls very much into the strength of you as the listening mentor. Firstly, one needs to really have these two wonderful ears on our heads, absolutely open, receiving, and very much listening. And what I mean by that is being very, very present. You cannot be thinking about anything else. You have to absolutely understand that by listening and being in the moment, you're going to be far more dynamic at the negotiation. Prior to that, prepare. You know, what are you going to, what is your goal? What are you looking for? What are you aiming for? Don't interrupt. Don't cut someone down. Let them have their say. Reiterate a few words that the person that you're connecting with and engaging with has just shared with you. So that person feels that you're connecting and you're taking on board what they're sharing with you. One of the things that really is so powerful in the art of negotiation is incorporating your 6-second rule. Bite your tongue, hold your tongue, think things through before you open your mouth. Because the moment you open your mouth, those words cannot be pulled back. You cannot take those words back. And you don't want to give the person that you're negotiating with any firepower to push back. So think back and think long and hard before you engage and connect. And those for me are really important. The other one is, and this is something again that you share in your program and your listening course, is the timing. Is it appropriate to go into a negotiation now? Is the person that you're connecting with, that you're buying that vehicle from, or you are talking about, I don't know, tickets or whatever it might be, is the timing? Is it the right time and the place to engage and go into that specific negotiation? Those are just a few little tools that we would incorporate on the art and the etiquette and manners behind negotiating.
Thank you so much for that, Philip. I appreciate it. I've got a quick story to share and then one that's going to be a little bit longer. And Philip, I don't know if you have time to stay for it, but Jay, I know that you will be definitely relating to what it is I'm going to be talking about. But the quick story is yesterday, I wanted to purchase something. It was very spontaneous. And the person actually just happened to be set up. They set up a little kiosk when I was exiting where I was. And so I saw something that I wanted and I offered a certain amount of money and they looked it up and it was going to be more money. And I said, well, I've got cash and I'm ready to buy right now. So instead of this, I'm going to offer you this. So the person, the seller was not happy because they were going to lose probably about $60. But I had the cash in hand. I said, you want it or you don't? So she took the cash and we walked away. And as I walked away, I felt like she didn't get what she wanted. So that was not going to be a good transaction for her. So what are your thoughts about both people walking away from the negotiating table feeling like they got what they wanted?
For me, it's a crack at that one.
Yeah, Jay, please.
So I'm gonna piggyback on what he was talking about as well. In negotiating, you have to know what you're negotiating for, meaning you have to do your research so you're not going in there blind. If you have not done your research, you don't know if it was a good deal or not. What we say in the car business is first one talk loses. So when you're negotiating, just like he mentioned, that you need to think about the whole process that you're doing. And if you're not sure, then you're not ready. If you're not sure, then you're not ready to negotiate. Because negotiation is for two people, like you just said, Dr. Jocelyn, two people have to walk away happy. Now, one may be happier than the other, but both parties have to walk away feeling, okay, we did this, I'm okay with it. In the car industry, when people say, I'm paying cash, guess what? You pay more because you say you're paying cash for the vehicle. Why? I have no way of recouping no money from my finance, from other things that I want to offer because you want to negotiate from a cash standpoint. So therefore, you're paying cash only means that we're going to come to an agreement on a bottom line that I'm willing to live with and you're willing to live with. That's why once you come to that agreement and they say yes, they're just deciding, okay, how much profit that they can't make, how much they're willing to lose. So in your situation that you just mentioned with that young lady, she probably still made profit, just didn't make as much as she wanted, but she didn't want to lose the sale. So her discouragement was, hey, I should have made a lot more money, but I'm not going to turn away cash and fist. And I think that would be a very good subject to talk about is negotiation, because people don't know how to negotiate. They don't know when to fold them or hold them. They don't know when to walk away or stay.
Great point. Excellent point, Jay. Thank you. The next thing I wanted to bring up, and then Philip, thank you again for saying. I know that you're busy there. Jay, thank you for saying. This happened quite often in the dealership, and this was many, many years ago. I don't know if it still happens, but somebody comes in, they want to make a deal, they kind of lowball you with a price, and maybe you as the dealership representative are not great in negotiating. Maybe you need to talk to your manager, but I know frequently I would hear in the dealership from the different sales reps, I'm going to go talk to my manager. I'll be back. And they'd leave. It's the TO, the turnover. They leave and maybe they're talking to a manager or maybe they're not. Maybe they're talking to the manager about the weather. But you, the customer, are sitting there waiting, thinking, what are they going to come back with? So what is the art of the turnover?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up. That is a very good one. What I teach you is when we go over this, I teach you about the TO, the turnover. I teach you why you can even really avoid the turnover. Once again, if you've done your research and you walk in knowing what you're talking about, that turnover is going to go by a lot quicker. For example, you just said a customer comes in the dealership and they offer a low ball on the car. Everybody knows no business, nobody is going to lose thousands of dollars to sell you anything. If you bought something for $50 and somebody offered you $1, would you sell it? No. I got $1 in my hand right now. No, you wouldn't. You still wouldn't sell it because it has to be a certain loss that you're willing to take, and depending on how you had it. So when a customer comes in and says, offer me, let's give an example. It's a $20,000 car. I said, I'll give you $15,000 cash money for it right now. No dealership is going to take that because they just saying, oh, this guy just trying to play around with this. He's not serious about buying a car. He's just trying to see if we're going to do it or not. So the salesman goes behind and talks to the manager. Guess what? You're right. They're looking on the internet, looking at something else and making you sit there for about an hour.
Right.
That's what they're doing. They're making you sit there for about an hour over that nonsense. They're like, okay, we're going to play. They want to play with us. We're going to play with them. Then the salesman will come back up and be like, an hour later, well, what made you decide to make that offer for that car? He could have asked you that an hour ago, right? So now that's when the dialogue starts and they start the process all over again. That is what that TO is. So remember this. If they tell you I'm going to talk to the manager about something like that, they're on their computer looking at this, talking about what happened at the game, this, that, and the other, the salesperson, ha, and you're just sitting there like, wonder what's going on. They're just wearing you down so that they can get to the real border of the problem of trying to sell you a car.
Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much. Philip, what would you like to add?
I love that approach. And I think going back to your original question, Dr. Jacalyn, I think with this whole negotiating thing and you've offered cash, and it's really, I think, I don't want to sort of shoot myself in the foot here, but I think it's really important that both parties are happy with whatever's been discussed. It really is, because it would make you want to do business with them again, maybe, or that person might end up helping you out later on with something. So just be mindful of that. But I love Jay's approach there. When someone tries to lowball you and you just disappear and come back and say, why did you offer that in the first place? It's not realistic or whatever it is. It's going to put the person on the back foot. So Yeah, there's an art to all of this, but it's innate in certain cultures. I mean, that's for sure. Negotiating and bargaining it's unbelievable, and you often find this with people with seriously deep pockets, and they're the first ones to come in and negotiate with you, boy. They want to come and they want to get a deal, and that's maybe why their bank account looks like this, because they're always knocking, But yeah, it's timing is everything. How desperate are you to make that sale? All of these sort of factors are going to come into play here. And again, reading the person's body language, that's something that's fundamental. You've got to be a reader of an individual's body language.
Yes.
Yeah, a couple of things I want to just comment on what you both said. So for the transaction that happened yesterday, it was very clear to me that seller was not happy. And as a result of her not being happy, she did not even thank me. There was no, like, I'd love to do business with you again. Is there some way I can contact you? Or it was very clear that she was angry. And I almost wanted to say to her, listen, you don't have to do this deal. We cannot do this deal at all. But instead, I walked away. I had the merchandise. She got the money, but she was not happy about it. So I felt bad. And I thought I probably won't do business with her again because I didn't like the way that I felt when I walked away from that. So that's the first thing. The second thing, which is a huge topic we could spend a lot of time talking on, but I just want to just tee it up at the highest level, is asking for money in general. As an entrepreneur, as a humanitarian, people raising money, it's a difficult thing to do. So whether you are on the dealership floor and you are negotiating for a deal, or you are a business owner, or you have someone who has courses, or you're a speaker asking for commission, it is difficult to ask for our value and what we're worth unless we've done the work in advance and we truly believe in ourselves and we understand the value that we bring. So as we close out this segment, I would love to have the two of you just share anything that you would about asking for money to really to equate with our value. Who wants to start?
I'll let Philip start this time.
Okay. Again, Dr. JACALYN, this goes back to look, in our industry and in our sector, we're selling our time, our expertise, our research. That's what we're doing. And it's a tough industry to be in for anyone who is, let's put it under the umbrella of coaching, because if you don't work today, you don't generate revenue. It's unlike, let's go back to Jay's example. If that motor car doesn't sell today, at least you still got that product to sell tomorrow. Okay, you might not have made a deal today, but you've still got a product. Whereas that day is gone. There's no rinse and repeat, unfortunately. And one mustn't discount how valuable they are and what value you are giving. All of us in the studio have got, I don't know how many thousands and thousands and thousands, way over 20,000, 30, 40,000 hours of experience behind us. One must never, ever discount how powerful and important that is. And if anyone is going to start knocking you back because they want so much of what you can offer, but they're not prepared to pay for it, I'm going to honestly say, look, that's when you need to learn to walk away, no matter how, I could just do with that right now. We could just do with a bit more turnover, a bit more cash flow, whatever it might be. Push it back to him and say, look, at that price, unfortunately, I can do half an hour with you. No, but I want 2 hours of your time and don't just say no. Ask them to bring in someone else into the coaching program so they can help cover the cost. Whatever. There's no dead no, and no means not never. It means just not right now. And I just want to just break away from that. Coming from a country such as South Africa and Africa, the people of the continent of Africa are incredibly talented, and this is a broad generalization here, incredibly talented with arts and crafts and with their hands. And you go to a beautiful marketplace and you see carvings of animals or beautiful breadboards or beadwork, and you see people on the side negotiating and bargaining with them and knocking them down to near almost, it's criminal. So there's another way of looking at this. When we go out into the world, understand how much time, energy, and effort's been put into a piece of artwork or whatever it is that you are buying. You're the one, I want to get a deal here. But hold on, think about the person you're buying from and it goes back to that negotiation where both parties are happy.
Yeah, absolutely. I love what you brought up there. Thank you. Jay, what are your thoughts about what Philip said? And then we'll hear from you as well.
I agree with him totally. Sometimes you have to make a decision within yourself on what your self-worth is and who you want to be associated with. In answering to your question, it's just like me with my business. When I did the book, what I did was when I put the book out, my intention was to give the book away for free. I set up everything on Kindle and had to go through this little process on how on their pricing point is, and I did it at the lowest pricing point that I could do on their platform, because I just want to keep it on one platform so people don't have to go all over the place and look for it. But what I did was I started my own GoFundMe page for people not to just buy the book, but to invest in me. So like I said, every morning at 10:15 to 10:45 for 30 minutes every day, I tell people about the book, I go over the book, and I give them a reason why invest in me. I tell them, hey, it's just like buying me a cup of coffee. Instead of buying me a cup of coffee, just go to my GoFundMe page, read why I wrote in my bio, and if you feel that I'm investable, invest in a cup of coffee in me. Because I am a firm believer that it takes a village to raise everyone. Meaning that, and I say this every day on my platform, that if 1 million people was in line and had $1 to give to you, and you waited in that line and got that $1 from 1 million people, you would have $1 million. Did the $1 hurt the one individual? Probably not. But $1 million from one individual hurts a lot. So therefore, by doing it, that process and giving people what they want, remember, it's about being a servant, giving people what they want, you get what you want. So when you're negotiating and doing different things, you still have to give them something they want. In the car industry, they want to sell you a car. No dealership is in love with those cars. They want to sell you a car. But it's just for how much you are willing to spend. How much are you willing to give up of your money for the product that they're trying to give? It all goes about service. It goes about how they treated you. It goes about the product. It goes about the environment. It goes about you as an individual, them as an individual. All of that comes into play when it comes to negotiation. If you're just like the young lady you mentioned, you felt bad when you left from her because she did a transaction that she didn't want to do. She shouldn't have done it. You wouldn't have been upset. You would have just negotiated a little bit more and got to a number that she would have been happy with and that you would have been happy with. So she did not know how to negotiate. She failed. You won. Don't beat yourself up about it. It happens all the day, all the time. So therefore, a lot of times, people just have to understand that sometimes, just sometimes, it can't be a win-win situation, but both of them can be happy.
Wow, great points that you shared there, Jay. And I love this about the GoFundMe that you sent up. That makes a lot of sense. You're offering value. Instead of someone buying you coffee, they can make a donation there. So your GoFundMe page is up there. It's for people who can't read it. It's GoFundMe. So it's gofund.me/D is in Delta 3, C is in Charlie, E is in Echo 7638. Thank you so much. All right, gentlemen, anything else you want to share on this topic? I don't know how much longer you both can stay because
I want to go first this time.
Okay.
Dr. Josh, I just want to tell you, listen, this platform that you have is amazing. When Joseph told me about it just yesterday, he texted me like around 6:30, hey, she's doing this. Were you available? I said, I will make myself available. I love this. It's just like Philip said, with a platform like this that can reach more people than I can reach. And this platform, the way you do it, first of all, you're beautiful. You already know that already. To look at you on the screen, I can look at you all day long. So that's one plus that you have going for yourself. But the way you deliver everything and you bring everybody in, I'm serious. It's like we just been sitting here talking as friends, meeting Philip. It's like I've been knowing them forever.
Right.
And that's the kind of platform that I like being involved in, because people need to see the genuineness of when you're talking to different people. Yes, we're entrepreneurs. Yes, we probably have something we're selling. We have something that we're giving. But the bottom line is people want to do business with people they like. And I love your platform, and I'm hoping you have me on as a guest in the future. And I just want to tell you, keep doing what you're doing. Keep looking the way you're looking, girl, because you got that part down pat. You don't have to worry about that at all. Stop blushing, but that's the truth. So I just want to say that. Philip, you all right, but you okay. I ain't seen you in the suit, the debonair stuff yet, but you okay too.
Thank you so much, Jay. I really appreciate it. Philip, over to you.
Yeah, again, I have to, again, just ditto exactly what Jay said. This, I think I've almost been with you from almost day one, give or take, not quite, but early on. And wherever I am in the world, I always endeavor or try to make sure that I join and support this incredible platform, because it has got so much gravitas. The knowledge is just phenomenal, and you can turn it on any time. You can go back and rewatch it. You can gain so much as an individual, and it is genuine. This comes from deep down inside people who are wanting to help, wanting to share, give guidance, give steering, give motivation, give inspiration, and just give you those amazing tools and opportunities. And it's all about, I love that phrase, people do business with people they like and trust. And this platform builds trust, and it builds community, and it builds common vision and focus of helping people. And this is what this world needs. We need to go out every single day with that in mind. How can I help someone today? What can I do for you? How can I support you? How can I help you? And if we all have that in our hearts and in our minds and deep down, we would have a different world around us.
Absolutely. So true. Thank you. Thank you both. I really appreciate it. And for those who don't know, we have about 30 different shows a week with co-hosts from all over the world. And Philip and I have a show on Fridays at 10 a.m. Eastern time, which is 3 p.m. British Summer Time. So that's called The Power of Etiquette and Manners. Philip, before you go, can you just talk about your event that's coming up? I know you have a few, especially the one in June.
Yeah, we've got the June event coming up, which is that wonderful immersive tour here in the United Kingdom. As I mentioned earlier, going on the train, doing some flower arranging, doing some coaching and training, going to the theatre, doing a beautiful jazz evening, going to the Ritz afternoon tea experience, doing a dining etiquette experience. We're going on the River Thames on a boat one evening with dining and dancing. We are going to the wonderful horse show, the Royal Ascot races in Berkshire on Ladies' Day, where we've got the Royal Enclosure, which is really a wonderful closure exclusive, where all men have to wear their top hats and their beautiful morning suits, and the ladies, as you can imagine, on Ladies' Day, not that they don't look gorgeous throughout the week, but Ladies' Day is a day that it's about, every day should be about ladies, let's face it, but Ladies' Day at the races at Royal Ascot is quite a show. It's unbelievable. So that's happening in June, mid-June. What's coming up for us in sort of April or sort of May, or all of a sudden, can you believe we're into the 5th month nearly of this year, is we've got the Polished Professional running. If you can just go to our website, www.thebritishschoolofexcellence.com, and look for the Polished Professional. That's 3 1.5-hour sessions coming up the end of May. And then we have our Train the Trainer, our flagship amazing Train the Trainer, at the end of May, where we've got some phenomenal students already booked on there. And then we've got our Live, Learn, Teach, Inspire coming up in the month of May with an incredible individual that Dr. JACALYN, you know, and she's been on the USA Global TV and radio on a few occasions, and that is with Sonia Moladina, who's a past student of ours. She runs her own amazing etiquette and mindset school here in the United Kingdom. So there are lots of wonderful things to look forward to. And then we have our e-learning platform. So for any of you out there that just want to dip your toe in the water on dining etiquette, on core life skills, we've got one for children. We've got one for very sort of your branding. How do I brand myself? Because at the end of the day, we are our own brand. How we pitch up and how we show up every single day, you are your brand. And so we've got the e-learning platform for anyone out there who just wants to dip their toe in the water and see what we have to offer as well.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Philip. I really appreciate that. Jay, any upcoming events that you want to share? I know you just launched your book, which is super fantastic, but anything else you want to share with us?
Yes, I just want to make sure that everybody tune in if they're possible. Like I said, Eastern Standard Time every morning at 10:15 a.m. I discuss going through the chapters of my book, The Untold Story, Avoiding the Traps of the Car Industries. What they don't want you to know, the what, the why, and how to buy a car. Then every morning when after the show, it was only for 30 minutes at 10:15 to 10:45. Then I let you know what time that I will be on later on through the day. I try to do 3 shows a day, talking about the book, and then I do a recap of the show at the end of the week on Fridays. So if you can tune in at 10:15, and once again, I'll give you the time when I'll be back on for the other 2 times of the day, because those kind of vary. I try to be around 2 o'clock, 2:30, and between 5 o'clock and 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. But every morning at 10:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we're talking about the book, give you some insights and doing some things like that. And Dr. Jocelyn, you didn't answer my question. That little tidbit that I gave you, did you know that?
No, I didn't know it, Jay. I absolutely did not. But Jay, how can we follow you? Where are you doing your show? Can you put it into the private chat so people can actually connect with you there?
I sure will. It's on Facebook Live. I keep it on Facebook Live, but I will put that on there for you right now, so you can go ahead and link that. You got to keep in mind, I'm still new to the social media stuff, you all. I kind of self-taught myself on how to do all these things. So, but that's I just put my link in there for my Facebook, so it goes to that. And once you're on Facebook, hey, that's where I'm at for right now. I haven't gone on Instagram and Twitter and all those different things, but Facebook definitely be there, because that way you're able to see the different graphics I put up and giving things. But I want to tell everybody real quick, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday is very, very important in the car. What I'm going over, this is the pencil and the buyer's order. I am actually going over the numbers, how to read the numbers, how they negotiate, things you should know, things you don't know. Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. That's all we're going to talk about is the pencil and the numbers of your buyer's order. Very, very important. 10:15 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, Facebook Live.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. All right, gentlemen, we are going to move on to the next segment of our show. You are more than welcome to stay. And if you have to go, I understand. We're going to watch a video from 2 of our team members who are not here today, but we have a nice video to understand what it is that they do. So if you're able to stay, that's great. And if you're not, I understand. So,
I'm going to bid you farewell, Jay. It's been a pleasure, Dr. Jacalyn.
Nice meeting you too, Dr. Phillips. Thanks. Bye, Doctor.
Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye, Philip. Thanks for your time. Bye-bye. All right, let's see the first person, what they are going to share with us.
Well, I help people with all manner of problems. So whatever is essentially stressing you out. So if it's physical pain, aching back, neck pain, headaches, sleep problems, or relationship issues, the more behavioral side of things, anger management. So it's really whatever you're complaining about.
Jay, were you wondering what happened?
What happened? What
All of a
happened?
sudden, StreamYard kicked me out and I was gone. So I apologize to everyone if you were watching. Caroline was in the middle of speaking, so let's bring her back out again. Here we go. So this is Caroline Heward. She's the Harley Street stress expert.
Well, I help people with all manner of problems. So whatever is essentially stressing you out. So if it's physical pain, aching back, neck pain, headaches, sleep problems, or relationship issues, the more behavioral side of things, anger management. So it's really whatever you're complaining about. Some people say, I'm not stressed, but it's actually what you're complaining about is causing your stress. And if you're not sleeping, or you're waking up in the middle of the night, or waking up feeling tired, that means you're not sleeping. And I help you identify root cause. And it's a very, very simple process which alleviates the stress and gives you a completely restful and peaceful night's sleep. And it doesn't matter what you do for a living, we all are suffering some level of stress in our times. So reach out, and I'm very happy to offer a free Zoom, telephone, or Skype consultation to literally bust your stress. Well, you can reach out to me by email, and I'm on No More Stress, literally, at live.co.uk. Or call, if you're international, +44. If you're local, 07523 120 189. And what we do is we work through what you need, so you will tell me what's causing what's going on, what's not working for you, and we plan a program together that's right for you. And there isn't any one person that's the same as somebody else, and so sometimes different people will need different things in different sessions, and so it's important to treat each single person as unique, because we all are. And so whether you're suffering with physical ache and pain, mental, so depression, anxiety, stress, whether it's relationship issues, whether it's anger management, whether it's sickness in terms of family or bereavement. So it's whatever, I always say, whatever we're complaining about and whatever is taking our joy away. Because if we are in that place of the busy mind, that is where our stress resides. And I can help each and every person move from that busy mind where the stress resides back into the heart and back into a place of experiencing from their senses, so they experience an inner world of peace.
And you can contact Caroline at nomorestress.live.co.uk. So she wasn't able to join us today, but she is someone you want to get to know and reach out to. She does our women's panel show, which is called A Woman's Prerogative. It's on every Monday at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 8 p.m. British Summer Time. Caroline is also one of our expert presenters on Talking Heads, and her Talking Head show is on Tuesdays at 12 o'clock noon Eastern Time, which is 5 p.m. British Summer Time. And she also does the Listening Mentor show with me on the first and last Friday of each month, and that is at 2 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 7 p.m. British Summer Time. So one thing I'd love to show you now, for those who are not aware, is I'd really like to show you how you can book in to be a guest on our shows. And to do this, I'm going to share my screen. And here you have our website, which is USA Global TV and Radio.com. Now, you are invited to join our team. We currently have team members from all over the world. And when you join our team, many things will become apparent. The first is that you are on a global platform where we have the highest level of professionalism. And our mission is to provide world-class education, entertainment, hope, and inspiration. So we invite you to join our team by becoming an elevated listener. And I'll share a little bit more about that in a moment. So here's our website. And if you scroll down, you can see what our mission is. To find out about how to join our team, there's more information there. And then here is a video that you can get to know a little bit more about me. So why don't we just take a look at this? Because some of you may be thinking that my entire career is this platform. It's a huge part of what I do, but I also offer other services to people to bring value. So let's take a look.
Meet Dr. JACALYN KERBECK, President, Founder, and Chief Listening Officer of USA Global TV and Radio. She is a certified life, career, and executive coach. Dr. JACALYN is the Amazon #1 best-selling author of Behind the Green Screen and Adversity to Awesome. As the listening mentor, she teaches children and their families how to listen at an elevated level through the book series titled The Amazing Adventures of Lady Ella, the Listening Mentor. The Creative Hearts Awakening book series features heart-centric creatives who share their awakening journey. Through the Power of Listening educational course platform, people can get certified as elevated listeners on USA Global TV and Radio. Learn how to center yourself and align with nature through the power of nature, plants, and shrines. The Journey of Chakra Psychology course will educate you on the chakras and their meaning. The Intuition of the Heart course will help you understand how to trust your intuition, learn how to face the shadows of self, and understand the impact of following trends and materialism. Set boundaries and ask for permission to help establish better relationships, deeper connections, and more authentic conversations. Take your communication expertise to a higher level with the course for curious humans. After all, we are not robots. Looking to start your own podcast platform? Get everything you need in the Podcaster Pro package with Dr. JACALYN KERBECK. How can music, breath, and your voice set you free? Find out with the Power of Listening courses. Dr. JACALYN is a certified meditation teacher, yoga instructor, and Juice Plus distributor. She will help you create a plan for your healthy lifestyle. As an expert in the art of interviewing with over 3,000 hosted and/or produced live broadcasts, Dr. KERBECK helps her clients stand out as global broadcasters. Dr. KERBECK's books are available on Amazon. Start your listening journey by reading. Tune into the Listening Mentor TV show, Fridays on USA Global TV, and learn how listening can be your superpower. Dr. JACALYN KERBECK, MBA, DBA, Certified Holistic Life, Career, and Executive Coach, Certified Yoga Sculpt Teacher, Certified Meditation Teacher, the Listening Mentor, Singer-Songwriter, Founder, President, Chief Listening Officer of USA Global TV and Radio. drjacalyn.com. Thank you to all our elevated listeners, team members, animal characters, and co-authors. Contact us at 215-852-9406. JACALYN at drjacalyn.com.
Okay, so there you have it, a little bit of information about me and the work that I do. Let's take a look at how you actually can book in to be a guest on our shows. We're going to go back to our website, USA Global TV and Radio.com. And now let's take a look at the shows that we offer. Here's the show we're on right now, the reunion show. So we have fashion, travel, and fitness, secrets to timeless beauty, food and our emotions, the Spelling Bee game show, women in business, talking peace, it's your healthy lifestyle, the power of etiquette and manners, the art in creating mental health wealth, the United Kitchens, the Corner Bookstore, presenting Pet Psychic Amina, the Mallorca Connection, Entrepreneur, and so much more. The Business Talk Show, the United Kingdom News and Culture, Loving Longevity, the Listening Mentor, the Wise Ones, the Film and Music Show, Stories of Hope, Inspiration, and Adversity, the Earth Show, Global Adventures, Your Story, Your Grief, Your Journey, Once Upon a Time, It's All for Kids, Rapping with Dr. JACALYN, Aging Gracefully with Humor, Hot Topic, I'm Spiritual, but A Woman's Prerogative, Dementia Home Care, Wild at Heart Bonfire Talks, the Sales Leader Roundtable. Now that you've seen our shows, you want to be a guest. So what do? Let me walk you through the process. You click over to book your session. Now, what you'll see here is that all guests can have up to 5 interviews without any fee. If you want more interviews, then there is a fee because we want to be able to feature as many people as possible. Now, a caveat to that is if you are a team member. If you're one of our team members at USA Global TV and Radio, there is no cap. Okay, so you're ready to do the interview, but you don't feel confident. You don't know what you don't know. You want to have some coaching. We offer coaching, courses, and more to help you up your level of professionalism. We also offer the Podcaster Pro package, which includes not only coaching, but courses as well. So you get a 90-minute one-on-one coaching session with me. And you also get the Art of Being a Professional Interviewer course and the Power of Listening Foundational course. And you also become a certified elevated listener team member. We have a new communication course for curious humans. And then, of course, this I just mentioned, the Art of Being a Professional Interviewer. And then this is how you join our team. You join our team by becoming an elevated listener and taking the Power of Listening. Once you take the Power of Listening course, then you will take a 7-question quiz. And once you pass the quiz, you get certified. Once you get certified, your headshot goes onto this website, as well as drjacalyn.com, along with your certificate. So here's how you would book in. Let's say you want to be on the Hot Topic show. You would go here and you would find a circle that shows that there's an opening. So there's an opening this week on this show. And you would click 10 a.m. book. And you want to make sure that there's nothing over here. So you're going to delete any other show that might be in your cart. You're going to either create an account if you think you'll be doing multiple interviews, or if it's just the one, you'll put in your first name, last name, your email address, your phone number. Why is the phone number important? The phone number is important because if you're having difficulty connecting or getting onto the show, you want to have us be able to reach out to you to tell you, hey, we're backstage, we don't see you, how can we help? Then we want to know, what are the 3 to 5 topics that you'd like to discuss during your interview? How did you find us? Please list your publisher or other way that you found us. We'd like to thank those for making referrals. And please email us your bio and social links to info@usaglobaltv.com. Once you finish answering all of these things, you'll just click the tab button. This confirm booking bar will turn black, and then you go ahead and book in. So that's how easy it is for you to be a guest on any of our shows. Let me show you what else is going on here on our website. I mentioned to you about becoming an elevated listener. Once you become an elevated listener, we will feature your headshot so that people can know that you know how to listen at an elevated level. And we'll also send you your certificate so that you can post it on your social media or your website. We also offer other courses under the Power of Listening education. These are courses through Caroline Heward, as well as Dr. Madeline Chan and myself. And we've also created a song to help us focus on our listening skills. And this actually is in collaboration with one of our children's books that you saw in the earlier promo, the Lady Ella book series. This is from the book Lady Ella's ABCs of Listening. Artist is La La Music, and songwriters are myself, Dr. Madeline Chan, and Mariska Dupria. So let's take a look at this.
When we speak, we don't hear. It's abundantly clear. Listening lazy creeping, and nobody's gonna win. Look someone in the eye. If you don't, they surely will cry. You don't hear a word I say, 'cause you always look straight away. Listening lazy, drive people crazy. Listening lazy, making us blue. Listening lazy, communication goes hazy. Listening lazy, listening lazy. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Listening lazy, drive people crazy. Listening lazy, making us blue. Listening lazy, communication goes hazy. Listening lazy, listening lazy. When you interrupt your friend, you will surely have to make amends. Lady Ella knows the way to help you listen better every day. And what's that? It's listening lazy. Ba-da-ba-ba. Listening lazy is driving us crazy. Listening lazy is making us blue. Listening lazy is communication goes hazy. Listening lazy is listening lazy. Listening lazy is driving us crazy. Listening lazy is making us blue. Listening lazy is communication goes hazy. Listening lazy is listening lazy is listening lazy.
Thank you so much. And also I see we have a comment from someone. So let me just clarify. Someone has sent in a comment that they're trying to become friends with me. I have maxed out the 5,000 friend requests that Facebook allows you. So anyone who wants to become friends with me, I would ask that you follow me instead, because I don't have any friend requests that are left. Okay, we're going to take a quick break and hear from some of our sponsors, and then we'll be back with some of our other guests as we cruise into the last hour of our show today. So let's take a look at some of our sponsorships, and we'll be getting right back to you. Bye. I just can't take it anymore. I am so tired. I am so frustrated and burnt out. Why won't anyone listen to what I have to say? Yet I look on social media and everybody's smiling and having a great time. Meanwhile, I feel totally alone with my world rushing by. Guess what? Great news. You have a choice. You can change the dynamic by learning how to listen at an elevated level yourself through the power of listening educational courses. Can you imagine from where you are today to having a life overflowing with abundance? It's possible. Learn how to listen at an elevated level. You'll have deeper connections, better relationships, and more authentic conversations. Start today. Go to usaglobaltv.com, education, and learn how to listen. We have courses and children's books. Let's work together to learn how to listen.
Imagine yourself at our very first retreat. Live, learn, teach, and inspire alongside your hosts, Dr. JACALYN KERBECK and Philip Sykes. In partnership with USA Global TV and Radio and the British School of Excellence. Coming soon in 2023. Email us at info@usaglobaltv.com for more information.
What you giving me is just not enough. I need a love to take me higher and higher and higher.
Hello, boys and girls, and welcome to Story Garden. Your host, Diane Boehm. I'm so happy to have you here today.
Diane Floyd Boehm tells wonderful stories that warm the heart, spark the imagination, and unite people and families across generations. For children, Diane's Harry the Camel connects with all of us who've ever wondered how different our lives might have been if only we'd been born something better, like a wonderful horse instead of an ordinary camel. In the end, we all learn along with Harry that there's nothing better than just being yourself. Diane's Little Girl in the Moon looks down on earthbound children and wonders if they know she's just like them. A story of love, home, and the bond between mother and daughter, its powerful theme that we're each of us different yet all of us the same plants a seed in children that promises to blossom within a loving and trusting grown-up. Diane's new biography, Rise, recounts the experiences of her grandmother, Ruby, to reveal the hidden strength of the human spirit. Ruby's story inspires all of us to become the best versions of ourselves. You'll find all of Diane's delightful books and much more at DianeFloydBoehm.com. Visit DianeFloydBoehm.com. That's DianeFloydBoehm.com.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. It's so nice to have you here today on the Reunion Show. We are quickly coming up on our last hour, and if you've missed any of it, it's okay. We have our YouTube channel as well as the other social media platforms. Just go over to USA Global TV on YouTube, and you can find the show there. Our next guest is not here with us in person today, but we have a video so that we can get to know Mr. Doug Lawrence. He is an international mentor. He's also an international best-selling author. Let's hear more from Doug. All right, I'm going to add to the stream right now.
What it involves is, working with, and basically it comes back to the definition of mentoring, which is a two-way trusted relationship where both the mentor and the mentee are going to learn and grow on a personal and professional basis. So there's always that aspect of the personal side of the relationship that, as I typically describe to people, is if we can't get the personal growth side in order, it's going to become an obstacle or barrier for us to move forward with your career development or your professional growth side of things. So I work with people internationally. So I'm working with entrepreneurs in the Caribbean. As one example, I'm working with U.S. military personnel transitioning from military to civilian life with an organization in the U.S. American Corporate Partners is the organization, so work with them. And here in Canada, I'm working with an organization that provides mentoring to young entrepreneurs who are wanting to start. They've got a vision and they want to turn the vision into something that's reality. And so part of what I do is I work with them to help them go on a bit of a journey to realize the success of turning their vision into reality. And then I'm also working with organizations to provide mentoring for their leadership teams. And then I work with individuals on a one-to-one basis outside of those 2 or 3 different examples that I've given you, where I work with people who are just looking to maybe move forward with their life and with their professional growth. And then finally, the last aspect is from a mentoring perspective is I work with people who are struggling with mental health and post-traumatic stress, anxiety, depression, and grief. Grief has sort of kind of jumped to the forefront of where a lot of the time that I'm spending is working with people who are struggling with the healing process, the healing journey, and just being there for them to sort of lean on from time to time, and to have those conversations so that they feel comfortable moving forward.
Thank you so much, Doug Lawrence. Doug actually came to us through his publicist, Mickey Mickelson, and we really thank Mickey. He sent a lot of people here to the platform. And Doug had an interview with Janetta Barry, myself, on the art of creating mental health wealth. And there was just a connection there. And very quickly, Doug started getting involved in our platform. He became an elevated listener. Then he actually became involved in our children's book series. He created 2 different animal characters for his grandchildren. So he is featured in our Lady Ella, The Amazing Adventures series books, one of which is just about to be launched, The Ocean Calls and Lady Ella Listens. From there, Doug got involved with a show that we do called Your Story, Your Grief, Your Journey. Doug lost his wife during the pandemic. He went through a very hard time. In the meantime, coaching other people and feeling that sense of his energy being really zapped and depleted because of all the help he was giving to others. And this show has really helped him and me and so many people in many ways, because we all experience grief. And grief can be anything as devastating as losing someone that you love. It can be losing your health. It could be losing your mind. It could be losing your job, losing your dreams. So let's support Doug and the work that he's doing. You can watch that show, Your Story, Your Grief, Your Journey, on Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 6 p.m. British Summer Time. And Doug was enjoying himself so much and had still more to offer that he now does a second show with me called Stories of Hope, Inspiration, and Overcoming Adversity. And this is a show where we celebrate the opportunities that we have to learn from the challenges that we incur in our lives. So that show is immediately following the first one. That's on at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 7 p.m. British Summer Time. Now we have another fabulous guest who has jumped all in with our platform. I'm super excited that she's here. She just celebrated a birthday, went away on holiday. Let's welcome Dr. JACALYN, another Dr. JACALYN. Wait a sec. Hello, welcome.
Welcome, and I'm so glad to be here today, and thank you so much. And I think it's funny when we talk with each other, we both have Dr. JACALYN as our name, just a slight change. So
I absolutely love it. It's great. And I think I shared this with you, with your name, Dr. JACALYN, J-A-C-K. My dad's name was Jack, and I was named after him. So are you named after someone?
Yes, I'm named after Jack Rainershek. Yes, his name was Jack as well.
Well, it's a very small world. So before we get into your 15 minutes of fame, tell us how your holiday was. How was your vacation?
Thank you. Now, I'm fighting ageism. So the thing of it is, you know me, Dr. JACALYN, I always say my name's Dr. JACALYN Rainershek, and I'm from DTP Leadership Group and from DTP Business Strategies. But what I'd love to let you know about my holiday is I turned 81 years young. And so I'm going to continue to say that because I think people, what I've been told is I've been guessed at 63 to 65. So people see me at a very different age. I feel that, and I'm very grateful for all the things I've done to do that. In the future, I'm going to be doing not hopefully someday on your show, but I'm doing a program in August on what do you do to be 81 and look like and act like me. So that's what I've been thinking about. And my vacation was fabulously wonderful. I kept it at home and I watched every TV show I ever wanted that I didn't have time for almost a year and a half. And then read many books and just relaxed. So I feel invigorated and very grateful to be here today. Thank you.
Well, thank you. And thank you for joining us on a Sunday or a Monday, depending where people are in the world. I know for you, it's Sunday. So, Doctor, you've been on a couple of our shows and you're so talented in so many ways. And I'm glad you brought up the point about age because it doesn't matter, right? Because we have a birth date and we're supposed to be a certain age. I had somebody say to me the other day, you do realize you're 60 now. You should be this, 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 and this. And I'm thinking, I'm just going to be what I am. But what I love about you and what you do is you help people really understand what their dreams are and how they can attain them. How do you do that?
Well, one of the things that I dearly love is I'm a visionary dream coach. I'm certified. And what I do in that program is I teach people how to design 10 primary dreams in almost every aspect of their life. So I'm living some of those dreams now that I have formulated years ago. And they've slightly changed, but they're about the same. So I do it in all 10 areas of the life, all the way from your finances to your business and what you want to do professionally, to your fun in life, your health, many of other things. And when I do that, then people are able to accomplish those dreams much faster because I provide them strategies and techniques to do that with. And so they're able, I have a woman that is literally living all of her 10 dreams after only 5 years of really working on those and accomplishing them and going forth. So I think that's the exciting thing about the visionary dream coaching. The other thing I think too is people tend to eliminate their dreams on January 15th when they thought about it January 1st, because they really don't know how to define them and they don't understand something. There are 10 voices we have in our head. The doubter, who keeps questioning whether you can do the dream or not. The realist, who can help you define what your dreams are, but you need the dreamer to help you really picture what you want to do in your life. And then the last thing I say is there's a voice that some people have a real hard time developing, but I help people to do that. And that is the visionary, the one who continually looks at possibilities and then can enhance their dreams. And the doubter can be a friend. You just can't ignore the doubter. What you have to do is you have to be able to listen to the doubter. I write down what the doubter says to me, and then I call out the realist voice, and I look at what is really real, and then how can I look at my realistic view of myself now, and then figure out how I'm going to meet my dreams. So that's what I would give as a short version of what visionary dream coaching is about.
Thank you so much. That was really helpful. Well, Doctor, you have the next 15 minutes to share whatever you want to share with our audience for the value that you bring to this world so that people can reach out to you and work with you.
Thank you. I have thought about it a lot, and I want to start out by talking about my business DTP leadership group. I'll talk about that first, and then I'll go into the other part of my business. What I do is I go into organizations, and I'm often asked to come in and look at the entire culture. So having a doctorate in psychology and also having a background in behavioral sciences, I'm able to go in and analyze a system through interviews and surveys and sometimes town hall meetings in order to be able to determine exactly what's going on in the organization around leadership or around developing relationship or policy and procedures, many other things. Even what is happening in the culture outside of the organization, what's the environment doing to the organization? Once I complete that analysis, then I'm able to talk and tell people what all the training needs to be in order to change the culture and allow it to be much more high performing culture, and also be a culture where people really enjoy being at work. One of my things I think is to be able to truly stop having companies that are struggling and their employees are struggling because the culture does not support them to develop and to really be who they are and really reach their potential. And so my thing is to get rid of the pain that is in the organizations. And one way I do that is I go in and teach about habitual patterns that organizations set up that are not helping. One of them is they get into work, project and activity addiction to the point that they're not really able to do their work effectively. And so what I do is I go in and provide a habitual patterns analysis of the organization itself and look at how they are working. What are they doing to build relationships? How did they communicate with each other? And how is that communication destroyed by the habitual patterns that they're exhibiting? And so through identifying those things, then we're able to change. And I do group coaching a lot of times on that subject. And I also do individual coaching with high-level executives. The other thing I do is I'm a certified master with the Leadership Challenge and have been for a number of years. And the Leadership Challenge is the best research leadership program in the world. It has been researched since 1978, their leadership practice inventory. So as a PhD, it's really important to me that the assessment they use, the leadership practice inventory, to determine what type of leader a person is non-biased. And that is true because they have tested out the leadership practice inventory in 189 countries. And there's no leadership program currently that has that kind of research. So that's the reason I chose the Leadership Challenge. The program itself is something that can be done in about 4 half days. It brings in everyone in the organization. I chose it too because I believe every person in the organization are leaders of their specific desks. So I've had administrative associates or that I've had staff members that are certainly not in the C-suite or not in midline managers or are not supervisors. And they come into this program and you would be amazed at how they change and what they do and how they learn to be a leader of their desk so they can then be leaders in the organization and have a voice and speak out. And I think of a particular client that we've had. We had a municipal court that we worked in, and I had the executive team have their administrative associates in the same program as them. And it was so fascinating because at first the administrative associates were a little concerned, and I said, I'm not going to put you with your particular executive. You'll be in with a different one, and then we're going to put you later with them, and then you'll plan how you can work together. What was amazing about that program was, one, the administrative associates, 8 of them came to me at the end of the program and said, we are leaders now, and we would like to propose that this court system that has 20 locations be clean and green, and we'd like to put that into effect. And so I called the deputy chief over and I said, they'd like to do this. She said, well, just present a program to the executive team and then let's do that. And they did. They ultimately, all 8 of those administrative associates went through 20 locations, helped to create a clean and green environment for that organization. So that's what I do when I change cultures. I enable and empower people to have a voice, speak out, and provide the things that they can do for that particular organization. Now, since I have another business too, the DTP Business Strategies, I'd like to talk about that because I've had an interview with Dr. JACALYN about that particular company as well. What it is that I have identified that there are many times when I talk to business owners that they don't have a lot of things. For an example, they'll say to me, I need more revenue, JACALYN. I need more profit. So what can you do for me? Another thing they often say to me is, I have so many suggestions on social media and so many things. I don't have time to do it. Maybe you can give me somebody, but I would really like to know more about it. Or I have made all kinds of efforts to do marketing, spent lots of money on it, and I'm not getting the kind of leads, or if I get the kind of leads, I don't know how to convert them into transactions. And so then I have a problem about that. Or they'll say to me, I don't have a market dominating position, I don't think. I don't think I've really defined my unique selling point. Or I haven't really defined a market dominating position that has a really significant strategy that drives my marketing for my company and drives what we do in the company and how we formulate our website and how we formulate our scripts and many other things that we do with our customer base. And so what can you do for me? And so last year on March 15th, I started really studying and looking at and developing the knowledge base and understanding of a profit acceleration program that is very different from any I've ever seen before. And what it has is it has 497 million weighted algorithms that weigh specific things in 40 different areas of a business. And then at the end of doing a deep dive of these 40 areas with that software, I can tell the business owner or the CEO or a C-suite executive exactly how much profit and revenue they can have if they will learn how to do the things that are necessary to improve in all 40 areas. And sometimes they don't need all 40 areas. They're doing well in some of them. And as we go through the interview, I can see that. And so we eliminate those areas and only work on the ones that we think are going to be most effective and will create the greatest revenue and profits. And I am stunned at what happens when people are doing that. I think of an IT company that's got a $3 million kind of startup. And we started doing that when I finished it with the IT CEO. He said to me, I have an idea of what they're doing with this software. He said, I've never seen anything like it. It's extremely advanced. And he said, not only that, you know as much about my company as I do. And I did not know half of what I've learned in the interview process that you did for me. So, and the nice thing about it is I also have 52 weeks of the e-learning to help the individual learn about the 40 areas that are excellent and have workbooks. I have a $1 million library, and I also have lessons for all the 40 areas that I can go through with the business owner or the CEO or someone they designate that they want me to work with. I also have group coaching from this program as well. So I can give an idea to a lot of people in the organization through the group coaching and then emphasize the in-depth training with either the marketing department, or it can be the CEO, or it can be the business owner, or it can be a group, 2 or 3 people that I work with specifically to develop the whole 40 areas. So I've been excited about it because I have a startup that I'm working with. And the woman had been very ill and she's now starting up her business again. And we did the assessment and she looked at me and she said, this is so realistic. And it gives me so many ways to do what I need to do with my business. I'm inspired again, and I really feel grateful for your efforts to help me. The other thing is I run with companies that are primarily $1 million to maybe oh, 75 to 150 million. Now I can go up to 3 million or 4 million because I have a small oil and gas company that the accounting the CFO wants to talk to me about and to look into it because she has seen some of the assessment itself. But today, always, I give Dr. JACALYN's audience an excellent offer. So for the first 7 people that email me at JACALYN, JACKALYN, at D like dog, T like Tom, P like Paul, -leadership.com. The first 7 that contact me will, one, get an hour and a half free with me to show you what the software is all about. And second, if you want to do a deep dive with me, it usually costs about $2,500. And at this point, I'm offering it for $1,029. So I've really cut the cost in order to do that. So I'd love to have some of you contact me. You can contact me on my website and just do the info email. It's again, D like dog, T like Tom, P like Paul, -leadership.com. Or you can contact me again at my email, JACALYN, JACALYN, at D like dog, T like Tom, P like Paul, -leadership.com. And Dr. JACALYN, I really thank you for the opportunity to appear today, and I'm always grateful. And I will get that listening program done because I certainly want to be a part of your team. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. JACALYN. Thank you. And just to go from reverse order, we're super excited that you're going to be joining the team. And I'm sure in the work that you do, that listening is really important to make sure that the client is also listening to themselves, right? To that intuition, that inner voice.
Correct. And I think that I have to be a great listener as well, so I can hear from them what they are doing that creates that inner voice or how they're exhibiting the inner voice, because sometimes my client base do not understand that. And I've been I've been a executive coach for many, many years, and I've coached many different levels of the organization. And I know people are intuitive. They just have to learn how to utilize the voice they have.
Doctor, I have a question for you because I think it really it goes to everything that you're doing. Many times something happens in our life when we're younger, or maybe it's even something like the pandemic that affected the entire world. And all of a sudden, we just decide to put our dreams aside. We actually don't even listen to our intuition. We don't see what's happening to our bodies because we're just in that robot mode, robot mode, robot mode. And we have this terrible sense of grief and guilt to actually do anything otherwise. What can you share with our audience? I know this isn't an interview program per se, but I just think it's important because many people are struggling and going through this. It's affecting their mental health.
Thank you for asking that. One, my doctoral dissertation is on death anxiety with medical personnel. And I worked with 311 people that have had serious illness. And I have gone through a lot of, most of my client base are still alive. I had 30 that died. But I studied with Elizabeth Kubler-Ross many years ago. That's the advantage of being 81, because I've had a lot of experiences from the past that have really helped me. And what I would say to you is I've done a lot of grief work and a lot of helping people to go through and realize that they have to get out of denial, get out of bargaining, get out of their depression, and get into a place where they process through all their feelings and their anger And then they move through all those things. And as they develop themselves again and get emotionally in touch with themselves and resolve what's happening in their lives, which I can easily do because I know so much about habitual patterns, and we have an habitual patterns assessment, that then I can help them to move forward. And I see it all the time. There are many of my business owners and many of my coaching clients that talk about the impact of the pandemic and some of the effects it had on them. And some have post-traumatic stress disorder because of some of the things they experienced during that time. And I've been an expert in dealing with post-traumatic stress disorder for many, many years. Thank you for the question.
Thank you so much. I started reverting into that interview role. Today's just about promotion. So I'm not going to ask you any more questions and grill you on this topic, because I want to make sure that it's all about you and the messaging that you want to get out there. I really do respect and admire you. I was noticing when you were backstage, because I can see everyone. I don't think anyone can see me, but you were up and down and up and down. You have so much energy. And I just love that, because I know for me, I'm on 24 hours a day. It seems like even when I'm sleeping, I've got my phone there, and you seem like the same kind of person.
Well, let me tell you what, though. I was a horrific work project activity addict for many years. I owned a huge family practice firm in the Galleria here in Houston. And I then went through a lot of recovery about my work addiction. So that's the reason I took a week off, because most of the time I take at least 3 or 4 weeks off a year. And I do what I can to keep myself really energized. But the other thing is, I am well aware of homeopathics, because I went to South America many years ago. And so there are many things that I know about that help people heal themselves physically, as well as emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. And I really thank you for this opportunity.
I really thank you as well. And if you could please drop your email, any of their contact information into the private chat, and then we can share it with everyone, that would be great. And just to let everyone know, we have one more interview that's coming up, and our special guest is not here yet. So we will take a commercial break and then we will come back. So thanks so much for being with us. Doctor, is there anything else that you'd like to share with our audience? You're welcome to stay through the break, and when our other guest comes, you can interact with them as well. It's up to you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to have, I'll stay for a little bit, certainly. And I believe you want me to put my things in the chat, so I'll find out a way to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Absolutely. All right, we are going to take a break and we will be back momentarily. So do stay with us here on our reunion show. If you missed any of the beginning, we actually started almost 3.5 hours ago. You can go to our YouTube channel, which is USA Global TV and Radio, and you can find the link there to watch the show. Okay, let's start off with Diane Floyd-Bain. Thank you.
Kapayapaan, kapayapaan, kapayapaan.
Diane Floyd-Bain's A Song of Peace tells the story of a young lad named Tommy, whose fervent wish for peace on earth touches the hearts of his friends and family, spreads to his community, and eventually unites the whole world around making his dream of peace a reality for everyone. Sit down with the children in your life and share Tommy's amazing story of love and hope. Sing your own song of peace and invite the children to join you. Tommy's tale is more than just a story. It's a movement, and everyone's warmly welcome to take part.
Kapayapaan, kapayapaan, kapayapaan.
You'll find A Song of Peace, along with many other wonderful learning and enriching opportunities for children of all ages, at DianeFloyd-Bain.com.
Thank you so much to Diane Floyd-Bain. If you missed her, she was here in our first hour, and she's an international award-winning children's and young adults book author. We have a second sponsorship from her as well, which I'm going to play right now. So do stay with us, and then we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you. USA Global TV and Radio presents international award-winning author, speaker, educator, Diane Floyd-Boehm.
I want to thank everybody for joining us today on this special edition of the Corner Bookstore, USA Global TV. And we're talking with the co-host of the Corner Bookstore, Diane Floyd-Boehm today, who is herself an author of many books, not just children's books, but also books for adults. Diane, welcome to the Corner Bookstore.
Everyone should have their own library. Even children should start developing their library and know that what happens in a garden, it grows. And I want their library to grow. And never, ever get rid of a book, because what you might have enjoyed as a child reading and having lovely memories of your parents reading as you get older, you'll grow to cherish those books in another way. My specialty is to help people realize that we are all storytellers, and that if you have this yearning to get this story out, but you don't know how to get started, I want to be the person that you can come to, you can feel comfortable with. I'll learn your personality. We'll just go and have itty bitty baby steps, just like in my book, A Time to Fly. Before you know it, the young new author is ready to fly to and go to super professional coaches.
Diane's books are available now at DianeFloydBoehm.com. Charlie and the Tire Swing, How It Began. A Time to Fly. A Song of Peace. Rise, a Girl's Struggle for More. Harry the Camel. The Little Girl in the Moon. The Little Girl in the Moon, Moxie and Tycho Town. Moon League Adventures, The Serengeti.
And I'm saying, go for it.
Hello and welcome to USA Global TV and Radio. This is It's Your Healthy Lifestyle show, hosted by the founder of this platform, Dr. JACALYN KERBECK, and myself, Roland Friedl. How important is your health and fitness to you? We show you how you can easily eat healthier every day, how you can improve your fitness and recover much quicker after your exercises and workouts. Families will learn how to optimize their children's health and nutrition. And finally, you will also hear how you live a long, healthy, and fit life into your old age. Join us here on It's Your Healthy Lifestyle.
Welcome back. We have one more sponsorship to play today. This is for Dr. Madeline Chan, who is a dear friend, and she's also one of our team members here. She had a song that was actually on the billboards, on the charts, and I love to play this because it really puts me into a great mood. It's called Follow Love. Dr. Madeline Chan is here on our platform on Mondays on A Woman's Prerogative at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, which is 8 p.m. British Summer Time. She is also one of our expert presenters on Talking Heads, and you can find her on Fridays at noon Eastern Time, 5 p.m. British Summer Time. And she is the co-author of some of the children's books that I've written and that are coming out very soon. Let's take a look at her music video, Follow Love, Dr. Madeline Chan.
By your love, what you giving me is just not enough. I need a love to take me higher and higher and higher. Every
done, Dr. Madeline Chan. All right, let's bring Dr. JACALYN Rainisek back. She is backstage. Hello.
Hello there.
Nice to have you back. I don't know if our other guest is making it. They're not here, but I thought before we close out, let's talk about the offer that you have. I've just put this up here. Tell us again, I know you already announced it, but it warrants repeating.
Well, one of the things that I'm attempting to do is I will be happy to talk to you about the visionary dream coaching or anything I mentioned today. And there's no fee for an hour and a half with me. The thing of it is you have to email me and I put my email up there and I've repeated it several times. The other thing is if you are a business owner and you would like to have, or you're someone in your organizations that's high enough to make the decision process, and you would like to do the deep dive with me, I'm offering it at a very low rate. It takes about 7 or 8 hours to do it. And it's $2,500, but I'm offering it for $1,029. So I encourage you to consider it. I'm only going to take the first seven that I receive. And I would like for you to contact me at my email, which is JACALYN, JACALYN, at D like dog, T like Tom, P like Paul, -leadership.com. And Dr. JACALYN, if there's anything else you would like for me to talk about, there are a number of other things that I can add to your show at this point if the other person does not appear. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, Dr. JACALYN. Take it away. We have another half an hour that's on the book, so you're welcome to share anything you'd like to share.
Okay. I think one of the things I'll do is I'll talk about the coaching that I've been doing for many years. There are a lot of people that would love to change things in their life, but they don't know about the habitual patterns that they have that prevents them from doing that. And in 1991, I started studying what are the major habitual patterns that people do. And it has to do with substance addictions, or it has to do what we call process addictions. And some people, it's just a habit. For an example, in work, they may go on a binge and then they don't do that very often. They take really good care of themselves. They have an excellent food plan. They have a spiritual way of enhancing themselves with something greater than themselves. They know about their mental state of being and their emotional state of being. But a lot of times they'll say to me, I have these behavior patterns that appear and I have no idea what to do with them. And I'll say, well, I have an habitual patterns assessment that covers 17 different groups of behavior. And why don't we have you take that and then we'll see what happens. And the nice thing about it is, and that what I love about the assessment is that number one, I can say to the person, well, this is a habit. And what I'd suggest is here's something that you could do maybe to work on kind of eliminating this from your life process, because it's going to contribute to you not having as much performance in your job or not build the kind of relationships you want or the kind of life you want. And so I can talk about the habit. Then I can identify the ones that have gotten to the place where they're more addictive. They're patterns of behavior that are interfering with a person's relationships, their work, and definitely their personal lives. And so in those, I have two levels. There are individuals that have kind of mild things that they're doing that are more than habitual, they're addictive. And then there's some that have more severe addictive patterns. And I'm well known for being able to talk and converse about all those. Once I have someone do that assessment, and it is online, it's very inexpensive, it's $75, so you can get it from my website. And I've put my website into the chat because it's dtp-leadership.com. But you can go in and take it. And once I'm notified that you've taken the habitual pattern assessment, then I will be happy to contact you. And because we're on Dr. Jacalyn's show, I'm going to give you an hour or an hour and a half to go over your assessment. And then you and I can talk about, are there some things you would like to work on with me as an executive coach? So that's one of the things that I can truly offer you. And what I find that people say to me when they've done the assessment, I'll say, how do you feel about what you've received from me after talking to you about your assessment? And some will say, I feel overwhelmed because I never realized what all I was doing. Or others will say to me, I feel extremely grateful, or I'm glad that we talked about this assessment because these behaviors have been driving me crazy for years and I didn't know exactly what I was doing. And now you've shown me what I'm doing, and then I look forward to working with you and getting other suggestions on how to change it. And one of the stories I would tell you is I had a very talented man, and he's in the Merchant Marines, and he's also he's in a university now, and he runs all the waterfront. And when he first came in, there were many behavior patterns that he was not aware of that were not helping him in getting promotions or developing. And so he worked with me for about 3 years. And he has had 4 promotions because of the way he has changed himself. And he is very different today. Another thing that I would give you, just as a simple thing you can do to be more in touch with yourself, is I teach all my coaching clients, and I go into organizations and teach the same thing. Many times people could identify some of these behaviors if they were really in touch with what Dr. Jacalyn called your intuitive self. But it also requires you knowing how you feel and what you think about yourself physically, emotionally, mentally, and spiritually. And what I've taught people to do is I've taught them to say not what they think first, but how they feel. So I'll give you an example. I feel physically energized and excited about being on this show today. Emotionally, I feel grateful that a friend of mine introduced me to Dr. Jacalyn because I see so many possibilities with what she has to offer with her various shows and the things that I would like to do and expand on in my business. Mentally, I feel sharp and determined. I have a lot of things I need to do today and to complete because I also do podcasts. So I'm writing my podcast for this week. And then, programming it and so forth. And the other thing is spiritually, I feel enfolded with my higher power. Now, my higher power happens to be God, but many of there are a number of my clients that are of various religions, and so they have different ways they view their higher power. But once I do that, and I know where I am, then I have a much greater ability to make great decisions, but also be more conscious of myself. And I recommend to my coaching staff, my coaching clients, that they do it about 3 times a day while they are beginning the process with me, maybe for the first year. And then maybe they only do it once a day, or maybe only do it when they realize something's not going right and they need to know where they are. But if I know where I am physically, emotionally, mentally, spiritually, and how I feel and how it's impacting my thought patterns, then I am much better able to pause while I'm doing that and make better decisions and not create conflict or develop situations that I have to deal with that I'm not very pleased about having to deal with because I created a situation. So those are some of the things that I can mention at this point. that I think are things that would be extremely helpful. And Dr. JACALYN, I'll be able to answer some other things if you'd like, but I'll stop here with this first part.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. We do have one of our team members who has come back to join us. She ran off to church and she's back. It's Diane Floyd Babe. Hello.
Hi, it's
Hi,
great to
Diane.
see you. Hi.
Do you two know each other?
I've only
I
watched
don't know
her,
you.
but we haven't met. But you do fabulous work, and I love the foundation that all your work comes from.
Thank you. Well, listen, I would like for Dr. JACALYN to give me your email. I'd love to talk with you and learn a lot more about what you're doing so that we can support each other. That would be wonderful.
That'd be great. Thank you so much.
And by the way, guess what? You're both in Texas.
Oh, really?
Well, I'm in Houston. Where are you?
I'm just up in Austin, but I come to Houston a lot, have family in some of the suburbs out there.
Well, I used to have a place at Lago Vista for many years, so I
Oh
came
my
to Austin.
gosh.
Yeah, and I worked for the Travis County Sheriff's Department for a number of years as their consultant.
What a small world.
When Margot Frazier was there. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we're close together. I'd love to know what you're doing, and
Sure.
heaven knows we may end up doing a joint venture or something because you're doing stuff that I'm not doing, or I'm doing stuff you're not doing, and I'd love to talk to you.
Sure,
Yeah.
that'd be great. And that's the beauty of, people with positive minds helping each other and connecting.
That is for sure. And by the way, Diane introduced me to Red O'Laughlin, and we did a show with Dr. JACALYN and Red. Red introduced me to Marian LaSalle, and Marian referred Dr. JACALYN to our platform.
Yay, that's how it works, right?
Well, now let me ask you something, Diane. Do you have a show that you do weekly with them? I think you do. So I'd be interested in how you got started and kind of what your thoughts were about it, because I would like to do the same thing, because I think there are a lot of expertise I have both in business and in coaching that would be very helpful to people.
Oh, I absolutely believe you can. And just listening to your whole message and how you approach people, most definitely you would inspire people. I co-host 3 shows, right, Dr. JACALYN? I love it. She can't get rid of me.
I don't want to.
Well, let me tell you what. Why don't you tell me about your 3 shows that you're co-hosting?
I co-host with Dr. JACALYN.
So while you're doing that, Diane, if you don't mind taking over the helm, I'm going to do a quick health break.
Sure, that'd be great.
Thank you.
Well, it's just a real privilege to meet you, Dr. JACALYN. So it's a really serendipity how Dr. JACALYN and I met. It was through a co-friend. And, it's just the way the good Lord brings people together, because we had just moved back from Dubai, and I thought, okay, I think what do I want to do now with this next chapter in life besides writing children's books? Because I love to stay busy. And I thought, well, I started learning how to quilt when I was in Dubai. And I thought, I'm going to get me one of those nice sewing machines that does embroidery, because I'm going to have all this extra time. And then all of a sudden, Dr. JACALYN appears, and my sewing machine, which is to the right of me here, is like, are you ever going to use me?
Well, what specific topics are you covering in those 3 shows?
Those 3
with
shows,
Dr.
yes.
JACALYN?
Yeah, to get back to your main point. So one of the shows I co-host with 3 other people from the UK, and it's the UK news and culture. And that one is just phenomenal because, we get to learn what all is happening in all the royal news, as well as what's happening in other parts of the UK. So that one's really fun. And the other 2, one of them is the Corner Bookstore. And we interview, I had to take a deep breath because I just got home. We interview authors from all different genres. And they even have an opportunity to read a little bit from their book if they'd like. And it gives the listeners an opportunity to know more about the author and what inspires them. And hopefully it lets people start reading their books. The other thing we do is a brand new show that we're just really getting off the ground, and it's called Once Upon a Time. And its purpose is to be a one-stop place for our listeners and viewers to go to find out quality, clothes, toys, anything that has to do
Wow.
with children. And also there's so many people who run their own businesses, and they're trying to get their name out there. And so we want to be this place where it's a safe site for parents to go to, or grandparents, whomever, and know that there's quality out there from books, etc., and give these people, these entrepreneurs, an opportunity to have a voice. And I really love that, because I believe in small business. I love mom and pop and businesses. And my daddy started his own company, and I watched it grow. And when you grow up like that, and you remember what it was like to watch your parents build a company, and then it becomes so successful that it inspires you to go after your own dreams too. So I'm all about making sure that happens. And I think Dr. JACALYN does an incredible job of making that happen for others too. But I would love to see you have your own show and inspire all of us to have the courage to be who we're meant to be.
Thank you. And what I was thinking about is that I think that there are opportunities that I can give to people, because I've had so many different things I've done in my life. And when you were talking about growing up in an environment where you saw your dad build a business, the reason I've always been a business owner is because my father, one night I said to him, could you tell me all the deals you've done in your lifetime? And he had a legal sized tablet, and he remembered at 74, 179 deals he's done in his lifetime. So he was always a business owner, and he was in many different industries, because he was in ranching, and he was in farming, and he was in all business, and shows and groceries, and whatever. So it was really kind of amazing. So I grew up in an environment where he would say, now I want you to get a job, JACALYN, so you have some money and so forth. But he'd say the best thing is you have to own your own business. So I grew up being trained to be an entrepreneur, because that was what was most important to him. So I think that's the reason that I've been in business 47 years, because I have had that background of seeing the ups and downs and the ins and outs and all that stuff about building businesses. And so that's the reason I think a lot of my organizational clients, the CEOs, the business owners, like dealing with me, because I have worked with over 60 different industries.
Wow.
So I have a good idea, and I have a lot of marketing tools and things through this new software I'm using that really helps. And they have 180 industries covered.
Wow.
So there's just a lot of things that can be done. Yeah, but I would, yes, I'm going to have to do my listening course, and then follow through with whatever else I need to do.
Right.
Because I've been wanting to do this for a long time. So I'm really grateful that Marianne introduced me to Dr. JACALYN. And it is funny to have us both on the same show. There's just a slight difference in our names.
Spellings, yeah. That happens to me sometimes with the spelling of Diane. And there's so many, you can almost tell when different generations are born, Diane, Donna, Deborah. It was like we were all at the same time, all the D's. But, you're really right. There's chapters in life. And if we embrace all these different chapters, then we have so much to turn around and to give to others. And what I worry about, and I love your thoughts on this, is, AI is coming, and I've known that's been coming, and people talk AI, but they don't really talk about intellectual intelligence, which is huge in that industry. But also, where does that take us with our young kids who will be the leaders of tomorrow? You and I were blessed because we had entrepreneur parents, and you're probably younger than me, but my daddy grew up during the Depression age. And so when you have a parent who grew up in the Depression age, and they knew what it was like to be starving, and they knew what it was like to have to, the rules of the game to kind of get the economy back going, at least in Oklahoma at that time, was people could only work so many days, and then they had to be off so many days. And so, yeah, do you remember that? Or, I mean, you probably heard about it. And so I think when you have parents like that, like you mentioned, your daddy says, get a job, right? And I have 5 brothers, and at 16, all of us, anytime any one of us turned 16, we needed to get a job. Not that daddy and mama couldn't give us anything, but that wasn't the point. The point was for you to learn responsibility, correct? And I see so many people when I'm in the schools now where they're just used to getting the money and not really realizing where it comes from. And I think what you can help give is so much. I really do, from reminding people about responsibility of their clients, and it might be a job totally about a dress industry or something, but little wisdoms of nuggets of parenting is important too. I think they can learn from that.
Well, I think, Diane, that my whole coaching program is really about being responsible for yourself first, because I can't do anything. Excuse me for a moment.
No, it's okay. I understand completely.
But I think that what I learned over those years was that I was responsible for anything that I did and anything I accomplished. And one of the things that I find in my coaching, which is really fascinating to me, I have a client now that what I'm really doing is, you could almost say I'm reparenting him because he has never learned the concept of responsibility. He's been able to escape by doing partial or kind of mediocre work and still, make his life what it is, but it's not rewarding. And so what I'm seeing in him, but I see it in other people after they learn about how to be fully responsible for themselves and how they can develop 10 dreams and they can start having those things come true and things like that. Then they start having much greater self-esteem and more enjoyment in their life because it's something they did that was not given to them.
Absolutely. And you said it better than me. Absolutely. That's where I was going with all the depression stuff. Anyway, you were continue on.
Let me make something. No, I'm probably older than you because I announce all the time. I fight ageism. I'm 81 and I'm guessed at 63 to 65. Nobody ever guesses me at 81.
No.
When they see who I am or whatever. But I keep doing that because I want to fight to be able to be clear that age is not a determining factor. And one of the things that I say to people is, you're going to give away and not have me on a board because I'm 81, and yet look at the wisdom and knowledge and experience I have.
Yep.
I mean, I had someone tell me that, and I said, that's fine. I'll move on and I'll find another board to serve on because I've served on a number of profit and nonprofit boards, and so that's what I think it's important. I think another thing you said too, though, is I do think that the pandemic and the drama and all the things that went around that in some ways were a great lesson for us. You and I grew up with parents that had been through the Depression. So they knew what the stress level was, the struggles and all that. The pandemic has taught all of us in the world what it's like to struggle again, to find a way worldwide to solve a serious illness and work together to do it, and then be able to come back and start rebuilding again. And that's the reason I love the software that I've just become very knowledgeable about, because it helps so many business owners, or it could help so many business owners have a full plan of the 40 areas they need to look at, and then see the revenue and profits they can get from it, and then be able to rebuild. Because I don't know about you, but the day that the pandemic occurred, 75% of my business went away, because I'm doing a lot of training and consulting. And people thought that training couldn't be done online, which is ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
It can be easily done on Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
So I really, I appreciate having been with parents that had gone through depression, because they knew the struggles and how to move through them.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that I could sit back and say, okay, I lost 75% of my business, so I'm going to go more to coaching and go Zoom online and whatever. And so I just started developing something else.
Mm-hmm.
And did it, and I was already on Zoom with coaching anyway, so that was a saving grace.
That was an absolute saving grace. So, yay, Dr. JACALYN's back.
Hi, nice to see both
Thank
of
you, Diane. It was a wonderful
Mhm.
experience to talk with you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Diane, and thank you, Dr. JACALYN. We actually have our next guest here, and so you're all welcome to stay. Once Tracy Cram-Perkins is finished, we'll be closing out the show, but Tracy actually came to us for an interview. She had published a book that is doing extremely well. It's on dementia home care. And Tracy now has a show here on this platform about dementia home care. She is a 4-time survivor as a caregiver of family members who have dementia. And for any of you out there who are living with someone who's dementia, or someone in your family, you know it is a very difficult thing to be a caregiver. And I'm just grateful that Tracy is here today. Let's welcome her, joining us from the great state of Washington. Hello.
Hi, everybody.
Hi. Good to see you, Tracy. How are you?
I'm good. How are all of you guys doing?
I'm doing well. The state of Washington's beautiful, by the way.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
It's a great day.
What?
Tracy has no problem being here for an interview at 5 a.m. her time, or 6 a.m. I have to tell you, it's
that's amazing. That would not be me.
Before you begin, tell us about the journey of your book, and where are you now in terms of sales? Because I know you've really been doing extremely well.
Oh, this has been an incredible journey. So just to kind of back it up a little bit, I started my project for the book back in 2014. It didn't get published until 2021. And after I got it out into the world, I started meeting a lot more people and hearing more stories and learning a lot more and getting a lot of opportunities. Like Dr. JACALYN said, I got to come on this wonderful network. And my book has been so well accepted. It's been out for 2 years now, and I've sold almost 9,000 copies. So I am so grateful to everyone who has felt that this has helped them. I know there are so many people out there that really need a toolkit, because what happened for me is I read over 30 books, and I took classes, and I did everything I could to try and learn how to help my family members. And I still wasn't finding the toolbox that I needed one place. I needed something that I could just scan down the table of contents, find that thing, turn to that page, and there was my answer. And so really that's what formed my book. And then I wanted to make sure that all the resources were in there so everyone could find the resources. They didn't have to go searching for them. I made the book so also that if you're a page fanner like me, you could fan the pages, and then there's big square chapter boxes that explain every single chapter, what's in it, so you know you're in the right spot. So it was just a journey where I wanted a tool that people could use, and it comes with so much stress doing dementia care, trying to find those tools or having the time to read. Sometimes you just want to turn to that page, get the answer, and move on. And so that's really what this journey has been.
Wow, fantastic.
Yay. Thank you so much, Tracy.
Thank you.
I have learned so much from you. As you know, sometimes I'm almost in tears. Sometimes I am in tears on our show because it really hits home. And the work that you're doing is just so important. So why don't you take your 15 minutes of fame, and then we'll be here to chat with you afterwards.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you, guys. So what I want to talk about today is a couple of things that have been going on that I've been experiencing lately as I've been out in the world talking to people. And one of the things is the confusion about what happens to someone's brain when they get dementia. When you get one of the dementias, your brain is literally changing. And we'll use Alzheimer's because it's the most common as an example. And literally, when someone starts to get Alzheimer's disease, parts of their brain start to die. And literally, the brain shrinks. It develops holes. So when you ask somebody that you love or that, do you remember? They can't. And the way, if you remember, the way we learn, we take our experience. So let's say that you're 5 years old, you're learning to tie your shoe. And then after you've learned to tie your shoe, you then learn how to make knots. So your brain fills in the blanks and says, okay, we've already done this. We can make this next step. And so we do a lot of experiential learning. That disappears when somebody's got Alzheimer's disease or any of the other dementias. And so they lose that. So when you get upset or you try and correct them because they're saying something that doesn't match what's happening around them, or that they're not remembering something that they told you, that you told them 5 minutes ago, it's because there's a space or a gap in their brain that they can't cross. And so what their brain is doing is what all of our brains do. It's leaping that boundary, picking up whatever information it has, and then you filling in the blank with that. So it might be something they heard 5 minutes ago on television, and so they use that to fill in the blank, or it might be a memory fragment from 40 years ago. And so it's easier if you can get into their space because they can't get into yours. So I have been following a wonderful woman named Dr. Natalie Edmonds. I'm really recommend that you look for her online. She's her hashtag handle is @dementia-careblazers. And so she is amazing. And one of the things that she teaches people is how to prevent arguments, because you cannot win an argument with someone with dementia. And so I've been talking to a lot of people about this lately. One of the things that we do is we get really frustrated with somebody when we're caring for them, because it's like, can't you just remember we talked about this 5 minutes ago? Or they said, oh, I need to go to work. I'm late for work and I've got to get to work. And then you're going, Dad, don't you remember? You've been retired for 10 years. They don't have that ability. So in order to keep the peace in the house and so that you don't have your blood pressure shooting through the roof, if you can just, first of all, get in the space where they are, figure out where they are in their timeline, because as the disease progresses, the most recent memories disappear and the older memories stay. So if you can figure out where they are, so ask them something as simple as who's the president, because that'll give you an idea of where they are. When you know where they are, then you can answer the question. So when they're saying that they need to get to work or they're going to be late, they got to pick up the kids or whatever it is, join them where they are and say, oh, tell me more about that. Where do they go to school, or where's your work? What is it like? And kind of get a conversation going, or being active listening and engaged. And then after you get them talking about it a little bit, redirect them, have them do another activity, ask them to help you with something in the kitchen, whatever it is, so that you can do something that matches their skill set so they can continue talking about it. And you can just go, tell me more about that. That's interesting, while you're doing something else, so that you can lower your blood pressure. Because again, you can't stop that catastrophic meltdown if you're arguing with them, because you don't want to remind them that they're wrong. They don't think they're wrong. Their brain doesn't believe they're wrong. And you don't want to accuse them of being stupid. So why can't they remember? So anything you can do to empower them is a tremendous tool. Okay. The other thing you want to think about that is if they're constantly losing something. Let's say they hide their keys because they're paranoid they're going to lose their keys, and they start hiding them in different places. Then instead of yelling at them for losing their keys, say, oh, can I help you find them? And then you become their champion. after a while, you're going to figure out all their favorite stashes. Sometimes they might hide it in the freezer. Sometimes it'll be above a kitchen cabinet. Wherever their comfort zone is, that's where they're going to hide it, and they won't remember where it is. You can kind of make it a game between you and give yourself permission to enjoy the moment. I know it's really hard to change your mindset and go from getting upset to being present in the moment. But if they're not upset, if you're not upset, you're going to have a much better day. And the more calm they can be, the happier both of you will be. So it's just something to think about. Also, the other thing I've been talking to a lot of people about is the use of colors. And a lot of people don't understand that, like with Alzheimer's disease or some of the other dementias, somebody whose brain is shrinking, they're going to get a chromatopsia. A chromatopsia is where you can only see black, white, or bright contrasting colors like red or blue. So you can use these colors to help your loved one or to keep them safe. So if you're having trouble getting them to, say, go to the bathroom, and it turns out that you have black bath mats on the floor, or that the floor itself is in a black and white check pattern, all they're going to perceive as holes, and they aren't going to want to go in there. And that might be why you're getting resistance with toileting. The other thing to consider is that if you do have check pattern flooring, it can cause hallucinations. So you might be actually creating a fear where they see little critters scattering across the floor. So it's important to be aware of what's going on around them. So also, using white as contrast, or it's also great for disguise. So let's say you have somebody that's a family member that's an exit seeker, and they keep trying to escape out of the house because they have some driving need to be somewhere, but they don't know where. If they don't have an activity, it's while you're sleeping at night, paint your door, the door jamb, and the wall all the same color. It becomes invisible. They can't see it. So it ends up empowering you because they can't get out the door without having you help them out the door. If you put a black doormat in front of all the exterior doors, they will turn away because they don't want to fall into a hole, because no one wants to fall in a hole. Now, it doesn't matter that there's no hole there, but they can't tell that it's not a hole. Also, using lighting that is comfortable for them. Daylight lighting helps them with the most contrast. So if you notice that they're slowing down or stopping eating, it might be because they can't see the food, or they can't see the plate, because if you have a white tablecloth and a white plate, they may not be able to see where the food is. If you put, say, a color contrasting like bright red or bright blue plate, and then just serve them food in single portions. So say the protein first, then a starch, and then perhaps the vegetable, something so that they eat in courses so that it's small enough and they can distinguish it on the plate. And then anything you can do to empower them to keep eating, you don't have to keep feeding them. So it's just simple tricks like that. Also, if they misplace things, then you can also use the bright colors to help them find them. So let's say they have some favorite photos. Put them in red frames and hang them on the wall in their bedroom so that they can find them on the wall, or in the hall to their bedroom, someplace where they know to look. Let's also talk about mirrors, because once you get to a moderate stage of dementia, a lot of people start having issues with mirrors. If they're talking to somebody in the mirror and they think it's a friend or a relative that has passed, let them talk. They're all happy. It's when they start getting upset that they think strangers are staring at them and won't leave them alone, that's the time to remove mirrors. But if you're having trouble with the bathroom, here's some quick ideas. You can put any type of cordless shade, whether it's a cellular shade or a roller shade, in front of that window. You can also put things like a wet paper towel. If this is the first time it's happened and you need to get them into the bathroom to shower, put wet paper towel all over the mirrors so that they can't see themselves. Another thing to think about is, can they see the shower seat? If the tub and the shower seat are the same color white, let's say, they may not be able to perceive it. And if they can't perceive it, they're not going to sit in it. Put a colored towel over it, a brightly colored towel. So whatever you have, just so that they can see it to sit down in it. Or you can use a brightly colored bath pillow, something that they can sit on the chair and also lean back, so you can help them to relax. So anything you can do to empower them and make them feel safe. Now, the other thing is, in the bathroom, you don't want to have things that make it look like a medical facility. So you don't want to have things like walking belts or Depends, or anything that they can confuse for toothpaste or hairspray. So any of the cleaners, you don't want to have that out on the counter. You only want the things out that you're going to use with your family member, because you don't want them to confuse, let's say it's bath pearls. You don't want them to eat bath pearls because they think it's candy. So just kind of keep in mind when you're looking around how to empower them. Also, if your whole bathroom is light colored and they can't find the toilet at night when you're sleeping, paint it a contrasting color. So paint the wall behind the toilet seat, or change the color of just the toilet seat itself. So if it's a white toilet seat, put a color toilet seat, or white toilet, put a color toilet seat on top. Just simple little things to make it easier to empower them and to make it easier for you to care for them. Also, if it's somebody that's elderly, consider putting handlebars on a raised toilet seat. Anything that they can do to help themselves get up and down, especially when you've got, say, a husband and wife team where the husband is much larger than the wife. Anything you can do so that you're not breaking your back or injuring yourself trying to lift your loved one off the toilet. Also, for shorter persons, you want to put perhaps a toilet stool on there so that they can sit comfortably. If they're uncomfortable on the toilet, they're going to squirm. Their body language is going to tell you, and they might dash off the toilet because they're uncomfortable. They don't want a toilet there. And then they might toilet inappropriately somewhere else in the house. So something to keep in mind. Another quick tip is, if that does happen, there's a product called Pooch Pads. It's on a website called poochpads.com. It's super absorbent. It's machine washable for up to 300 uses. You can put that in their favorite spot that they like to inappropriately toilet. Sometimes men do it on potted plants. Sometimes women just do it in the corner by the fireplace. You just never know what's going to happen. They absorb a lot of liquid if you buy the large dog size, because when you're doing potty training for dogs, they have just as much urine as an adult person would. So something to keep in mind. One of the other things that I've been talking to people about lately is also timelines, finding out where your loved one is in their timeline by using a memory book. If you can create just with a small binder, removable pages that have their photos telling their story. So starting from photos from the age of 5 up to their current age, no more than 2 to 3 people in a photo, and then sentences under the photos, and the photos need to be large enough that they can see them on the page. And then the sentences can't be more than 8 to 10 words, because they'll lose the first half of the sentence before they get to the end. What you want to do with this is also include where they've worked, where they've perhaps worshiped, any significant events in their life. And so that when they are melting down and you need to redirect them somewhere, you can hand them this book, start talking to them about it, and ask them questions like, oh, tell me about this photo, and then ask them more questions about that to get them back to calm. This is also great if you're having company over to visit, because then they can look at the photos with your loved ones, ask questions, and you'll get downtime. So again, anything that you can do to empower someone helps you. Now, another thing to think about is if they get upset with any of the pictures in there because they don't recognize that person anymore, or they don't recognize the scene, you can then remove those pages. Now, if you have like grandchildren or great-grandchildren that want to help your loved one, they can also do artwork together and put that in the book. And then that's something that they can communicate over. Also, if English is a second language, they can lose their second language very quick, or the second language very quickly. And if you can have a backup ready in their native tongue, then you don't have to worry. Once they start losing their language, you can just hand them the book and still keep the connection going. Now, last week, we interviewed somebody that, Loretta Vaney, she's the Lego lady, and she was talking about using Legos to keep a connection going with your loved one. And she had this really great idea about using Legos, including like the Duplo blocks for somebody that's could be a choke hazard if they use the original Legos, and just having them to create and communicate using the Legos. They can pick places where they've, what their ideal vacation might have been, their ideal home, what their bucket list was, whatever gives them joy. Just something that there's no rules with Legos. You can just put them all together, and then it can be just whatever it is. If they don't like it, they take it apart and they do something else. So anything that you can put in their hands to keep them occupied. Another thing is, I was talking last week to somebody about using aprons. aprons are a great way of telling people that they have a job, and it helps with sundowning. So in my family, my dad's sundowning would start at 3 o'clock, and he would go around and do really strange things. And it wasn't until I gave him a job that he could do that was at his level that he was able to calm down and focus on that job. And he would do it until dinner was ready. We'd all put on our aprons so that we all matched at the table, and then we would eat. And then when we spilled down the front, it didn't matter. It just went onto the apron. Then we all took our aprons off and washed them after dinner. So anything you can do, again, to empower yourself and your loved ones, if you make it part of your routine, there will be no pushback, and they won't feel like you're trying to make them feel like a baby as if you're putting on a bib. So anything that is a job, looks like a job, and is like an adult is a great tool to help that person, because they're lost. They know they're an adult. They know they're not a child. They don't want to be treated like a child, and they may or may not understand why you're behaving the way you're behaving, because in their mind, they're fine. So we need to meet them where they are. Other things to think about. Besides color, there's also things like tripping hazards that might not occur to you and I, but like area rugs in the hallway. If you don't have those tacked down, it's best to remove them entirely, because they can become trip hazards. You'd be surprised at things that you wouldn't even think about that somebody with dementia could trip on, or they may not see. Another thing to think about is the lamps, the cords on lamps. They could also trip if there's like they walk behind it and get tangled up in it, because they don't realize where they're going, and they just tangle it up in the cord. Another thing that I notice a lot is that people get upset with the stuff around them. They end up unplugging devices because they don't recognize them. So let's say that one of the things that you've done for your loved one is like a calendar clock, where it tells them the day, the date, the time of day, so that if they fall asleep, they wake up, they see it. Oh, that's wonderful. I know where I am and when I am. But then there comes a time when they're confused, like when they're sundowning or when they're wandering around in the middle of the night. They don't remember what it is, and then they unplug it because it bothers them. Or maybe they unplug it and hide it, and then you have to search for it. So keep that in mind as well, because if there's something that is bothering them, they may hide it. They may put it someplace. My dad had a hallucination about one of his favorite coats. He thought it was trying to poison him. He thought it was full of sarin gas, because we had just seen that on the news. So he hid his coat. Well, I didn't know that's what was going on, and I brought it back out, and we were getting ready to go to a doctor's appointment. And so I offered him the coat, and he freaked out, and he said, "Tracy, it's full of poison. You're going to die." And he grabbed it out of my hand, he threw it on the ground, and then he started hyperventilating. And so I told him to hold his breath. I was going to hold my breath. We were going to grab it, and we were going to throw it in the closet. Fortunately, he couldn't figure out that would not save us. But I grabbed the coat, and we both ran to the closet, threw it in, we slammed the door, and we were leaning back against it, hyperventilating, because we were trying to breathe again. And then we slowly calmed down, because then I started breathing slowly. He started breathing slowly. And then we got back to calm. I waited 6 months to find out if that hallucination would go away. I put it back, that favorite coat, back in his closet, and the same exact behavior started all over again. So they will tell you if something's wrong and what's going on, and if you just need to cotton on and pay attention to it. So I figured out that was something that we just needed to donate. And so we moved on from there and got him a different coat. So your loved one can do all sorts of really strange and different things that you don't expect. They will perceive things in ways that you don't, because of the way their brain is shrinking. They will think they are in different timelines, not the timeline that you think. So there's any number of things that could happen. So any questions from anybody?
Wow, Tracy. Incredible. Let me think. I think I muted everyone. Hold on. Yeah, I mute everyone when people are talking. I just have to say this. Every time you're speaking, I feel like you're speaking directly to me, and I'm really trying to get it. I am. Last night, I kind of lost it. Just a quick digression. I was speaking with my loved one and talking about some things they're looking forward to doing. And they just said some things that are so so far-fetched, not judging, but I just started laughing. And I said, that is so ridiculous. You know, you're not going to do that. And the person started laughing too and said, I don't even know why I said that. So we both had a laugh over it. But
well done.
Very good. Very good.
Well done.
It's just some things are so crazy. But I'd love to hear what the other two ladies have to say because I get to see you on a regular basis. So Diane and Dr. JACALYN, what questions or comments do you have for Tracy?
Well, I'd love to say, I've worked with geriatric cases for a long time, and I want to tell you something. I need to read your new book because what I loved about what you shared was it was very thought-provoking. It was very explicit. It was very clear what practical things you can do. Because I think people don't realize that there are many things they're going to have to change in their own life in order to be able to live with someone like that and have some kind of reasonable relationship with them to the very end. I'd like to ask you a question. There's a woman that I know that was very disturbed near the end of her dementia. And so when her family members, I'd like to just hear your suggestions. When her family members would try to take her to the doctor, one of her things that she would continue to say is, don't touch me. But the thing of it is, she needed to be touched. So I'd love to hear what your comments would be about that and your very practical decision, things you would suggest.
Well, you're already aware that they start losing their nouns first, right? So one of the things that don't touch me might have been the mantra, and she couldn't express whatever it was because a lot of times towards the end of their life, they can get down to only one word. There's a book called Creative Caregiving by Ann Bastings, and she talks about how she learned how to talk to her grandmother who had dementia. She had vascular dementia, and all she could do was say the word and then point with one finger. That's all she could do. And her granddaughter was the one who figured out how to communicate with her. So don't touch me might not have been don't touch me, but it might have been the only words she could have used, and then figuring out how to communicate with her. Now, Ann Bastings also has a very wonderful website that teaches caregivers for free for family caregivers how to communicate to with their family members who are losing their words. Because a lot of time at end of life, people get down to like 5 or 6 words and that's all they can say. Some get down to 1 and then they stop communicating altogether. So part of it is learning how to read their body language, to understand, because they can still express some body language and we all still understand body language, and then understand what that body language is telling you. So maybe the don't touch me wasn't don't touch me. Maybe that was all she could communicate. And so she couldn't tell you where it hurt. And so it was just don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me. I know that my dad got stuck in a no loop for quite a while, and the no didn't really mean no. And so it took a while to figure out what he was trying to tell us. And so we worked at it until I figured it out. We used a little bit of pictogram cards until that wasn't an option anymore. But by that time, I kind of understood where he was because I was, sussing this out slowly. I would ask questions. I would ask him to point. I would have him do simple things like that. But Ann Bastings' program, it's, I'm trying to think what it's called. It's timeslips.org. is the website. Look for the learning, and that's where you should send people because it is a great communication tool for anybody that's going into moderate dementia and beyond.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Thank you, Tracy. Diane, a question from you?
Wow, I'm just so blown away. I needed you when my grandmother ended up with Alzheimer's. What all you shared, I was just like this. Oh my God. I'm definitely ordering your book because you just never know when you might be in a situation of another loved one who ends up with it. And so Thank you so much. I really love that you have it as a toolkit. I'm such a believer in designing books. When I taught school, I actually used the word toolkit for my books because I wanted it very easy to find everything. So I'm excited to get my hands on your book. I know that I didn't have the wisdom that you had, but I will share that when my grandmother didn't get Alzheimer's till she was like in her 80s, and now I think they actually have a different name for it because it was through a depression of her losing one of her children. But I wanted my kids to know that their great grandmother was an incredible woman, and I didn't want them to just see her like this. So I would actually make them learn the story about her, and each one of them learned their own communication. So I really appreciated how you said the granddaughter learned to communicate, because it's amazing what young kids can do and connecting with somebody with Alzheimer's, don't you think?
Oh, absolutely. And that's the thing. The generational gap gives them the freedom to do that. We have that between ourselves and our parent. We have that emotional tie that there's luggage there. I won't call it baggage, but luggage
Yeah,
that
definitely.
we choose to open or not. And so, but our children don't have that. They have a different relationship entirely, and they also are young enough to still allow themselves to be creative. They give themselves permission without even realizing they're giving themselves permission, where we're older and we have certain norms that society says that we have to follow. And so we don't always realize we can choose to behave differently, but it's hard. It's really hard. And trying to get around that. And I was telling somebody the other day, I fell on my face 75% of the time. The stuff I have in the book is the 25% success rate. So my face is as flat as the screen you're looking at right now. I mean,
I love that.
It is so, it is seriously a learning experience, but I had friends that taught me that I could take joy out of this, that I could look at the small moments, and the small moments are where the power is. And I had so many incredible moments with my dad that I would have missed if I hadn't had like my husband saying, Tracy, just take a chill pill, take a breath, realize and live, just be present in the moment. This isn't about you. This is about having a moment with your dad that will last for the rest of your life. And when he said that, I was able to go, oh my goodness, the light bulb went off.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the other thing, that going to something you said about the book, I also put emergency preparedness in there.
Oh.
We have so many tornadoes and alternate weather storms going through right now. I put directions on how to do emergency exercises with your loved one so that you don't have to fight them if they have to evacuate quickly. So it's another thing to think about, because you don't think about that. We had a really bad windstorm here one year where we had 80-mile-an-hour winds. We had 120-foot trees coming down, and I could not get my dad out of the house. Fortunately, nothing hit our house, but it could have. And so being able to escape was not an option. I thought, okay, how do I go about getting around that problem? And so I created a program where we didn't just do it. We did it at all times a day, and it was fun. There was never a mistake. Mistakes were where we laughed. So if we had a mistake, we all laughed. We celebrated. We celebrated every time we failed, and then we tried it again until we got it right. And we included the pets. We included the pets so that we could get them to go with us, because even the animals go on routine, and the more routine you make things, the less stressful it is. And then we weren't all stressed out, and we could just grab our grab and go bags and just all load into the car and go like we're going to the doctor's appointment or whatever it is. Because with my dad, I didn't call it a grab and go. I called it my emergency preparedness kit. But we had everything in there from, fresh clothing, fresh underwear, cleanup supplies, things to cover up when somebody goes naked in public. Anything that you don't expect was in that bag. And I have a list of that in that chapter too, because naked happens, or seeing their underwear or whatever it is that they're going to do because they're uncomfortable. These things happen. And instead of getting upset about it, it's just like, be prepared and then just laugh, because it's really funny. You just don't know what's going to happen.
I just want to say that I have a copy of Tracy's book, as does my sister. And the way, I've said this before, but the way Tracy put the book together, the size of the font, there's a square box for each chapter about things you can take away from it. It's really, really so well done, so helpful. And I did share earlier, I'm going to do it again, share my screen so we can actually see that people can purchase your book right from your website, correct?
Yes, they can.
Yeah, fantastic. So Tracy, I want to share with you, you talk a lot about the light bulb going off. I think I'm in a power failure over here, but I'm constantly saying to myself, you've got to calm down. But it is really hard. Sometimes I have to go scream in the garage and the neighbors think that something's happening.
Oh, absolutely. You have to do that. I mean, there were times when I would go outside with a pillow and just be, you know, like practicing my Tarzan yell because I was just so frustrated. And if my husband was on the road, see, the thing is with men communicate better with men. And so I had to learn how to communicate with my dad that wouldn't upset him so that we could get through whatever it was. Because I wasn't kidding. There'd be days when he would be throwing the fork at me because I upset him. And so after I learned how to de-escalate that, because I am a big fan of Tipa Snow and started watching her videos and learned to reframe and this does not happen all at once. It's lots of practice. It's lots of failure. Celebrate the failure because that's how we all learn. I mean, look at Edison. It took him 10,000 ways to figure out how to make a light bulb. I mean, so it's not like we can't celebrate the no's, you know?
Absolutely.
Very, very true. Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, I hope that you three will connect and figure out some kind of collaboration or just support each other's work. I think that would be fabulous.
Yes, that would be great.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank
I just
you.
want to throw one more thing in there, Tracy, that I'd love for you to talk about if we have enough time, Dr. JACALYN. One of the things, one of my daughters is a spitting image of my mother when she was younger. So when Catherine would come walking in, my grandmother would get so excited. Now she already lost her speech, but I mean, she just had this, oh my gosh, I'm so happy to see you. You could just tell what was going on. And so you mentioned having an album about their life and so forth. So besides having that, having someone that looks like someone else come in, you find that helpful? I know I did.
Well, okay, here's an interesting side note to that. I look exactly like my aunt, the last person I was taking care of. And so we ended up, I mean, we were very, very close and bonded over that. So yes, it's a wonderful thing. Now she may not, your mom probably didn't remember anybody else in the family, but she recognized your daughter. Is that correct?
Yeah, that was correct. Yeah.
That's a typical thing that happens.
Yeah.
So there'll be like one grandkid that gets remembered and nobody else. It's because of the family resemblance. And so, but you know, it doesn't mean that they don't love the other family members. It's just that the memory isn't there anymore.
Yeah. And that's where she was in her time now, was as a young mother. So she was, So anyway, I just wanted to throw that out there.
Yeah. Thank you, Tracy. And thank you, Diane. Thank you, Dr. JACALYN. I have one more announcement to make. And unfortunately, the people involved are not here, but we did recognize them during the show, Dr. Madeline Chan and Caroline Heward. We have a new book series coming out, and we just got the cover. I think it's going to be a little small, but it is The Magical Adventures of Lady Ella and Her Superpowered Friends. So there's some things here that have to be changed, and I can see it's a little hard to read. But anyway, the premise is that Lady Ella, who is a ladybug, and she's also the listening mentor, she represents me, and I represent my great niece, which I have the book here. She actually has now been given magical powers by Mother Earth after Mother Earth received a very poor report from Father Universe. Mother Earth is dying in certain places, and Lady Ella and her superpowered friends are going to the Congo, where the snakes are having an uprising against the Darwinian.
Oh my gosh, this is so exciting.
So that's what the book is about. It's the first in our new series, and then this is our existing series, The Amazing Adventures of Lady Ella. And I just want to share this. It's all in honor of my great niece. Her name is Ella, and there she is reading her second book in the series.
I love it.
All right, we are going to sign off for today as it's been 4.5 hours of broadcasting. I thank you for being here. Please feel free to give any pitch you'd like to at the end. We do have your contact information, but anything you'd like to say as we close out, we'll start with Diane.
Well, thank you all for listening. Dr. JACALYN, it is always an honor to be on your show. I love meeting everybody. And for those that I just was with, I hope we do connect. And for everyone listening, go out and have a beautiful day and know you can find the courage to be who you are meant to be.
Diane, I always find your banner just as you stop speaking. How can people connect with you, Diane?
The best way is my website, diannefloydboehm.com, DIANNFLOYDBOEHM.com. Thank you, Dr. JACALYN.
Thank you. And Diane, I'd be remiss if I didn't thank you for all your sponsorships that you do with us on this platform. Thank you so much. Let's go over to Tracy Cram-Perkins.
Woohoo! Well,
Yay!
first of all, thank you everybody for inviting me here today. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Also, I want to thank Dr. JACALYN for our show, the Dementia Home Care Show, because I think we are going to be doing great things with our Dementia Home Care Show. And I learned just as much from doing the show as anybody else learns from me. I also want to say, give yourselves time to relax, take a deep breath, and enjoy your moments. It never hurts to enjoy the moment.
Thank you.
I love that. Enjoy the
That's
moment.
really good. Thank you. Dr. JACALYN, what say you?
Well, first of all, I'm extremely appreciative of getting to meet two wonderful, besides you, Dr. JACALYN, and that's a privilege. The other thing I would say is I'm going to ask y'all to, those of you who've been listening all along, to think about the things that you do every day that you love doing that you may have forgotten about and are not doing them now. And I think that's one of the things that many of us do that are too busy and too invested in work and, our families and so on. We don't take time to just simply write down what we really love to do and then build it in to make our life much more enjoyable. So thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. And just as a reminder for anyone to watch the show, just go over to our YouTube channel, which is USA Global TV and Radio. We will have our YouTube SEO channel manager do his magic so we get more authentic views from around the world. So I will just close out and thank everyone for being here and look forward to having you for our next reunion show. We do these 3 times a year. I don't know what the date is yet, but I will let everyone know. So have a beautiful rest of your day. Thank you all for being here. Bye for now.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Thank you.